Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And I'd like to welcome each and all of you here today. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team, and it is April 24th, 2022. The amount of knowledge that has been disseminated from the Keshe Foundation, this universal knowledge, we all should feel quite privileged that we starting to get some of the answers that many people walking around think about, but never even have a clue. So I just want us to be very thankful that we've discovered this knowledge. As Mr. Keshe said, be proud that you've been touched by the knowledge of the foundation. And not that we have to pay back this knowledge, and this knowledge doesn't belong to us, we're just sharing it. But there is a matter of fundraising, as we heard in the last workshop, if you heard the last workshop, where Mr. Keshe did go public, which is a very rare occasion. He's been footing the bill the entire time out of his pocket. And yes, he does have deep pockets, but at the same time, they had to cut back on certain things. I'd like to play this 18 minutes of fundraising. So if you're already set on that area, I guess you can have a 20-minute break at this point, but we should make it pretty regular that we donate, even if it's only $1, or you get together with a few people and donate $5 to the foundation. I remember Mr. Keshe saying one month that they received €6. This is a couple of years ago, and he's never pushed it. And you can see the quality and the level of knowledge is just out of this world. I mean, it's universal. It's in the physicality. It's in the soul of the man. It's in the soul itself. So we've given knowledge and we've absorbed knowledge. So now I think it's time for us, in a small way or a large way. And if you don't have any funds, that's no problem. You just continue disseminating the knowledge wherever you are. But those of you who have some funds and can make a loan or a contribution to the Keshe Foundation, because I'm sure some people have made a loan that needs to be paid back, or they made a donation and that doesn't need to be paid back, or maybe they've done both. So let's hear Mr. Keshe for about 18 minutes go through this first part of the 429 workshop. And I think it's important that we do make contributions from time to time with our pocketbook or with some of our finances. And I think we can all do that. And there's probably some special receiving that you'll receive by making these donations and being part of this. I know many people don't have the funds. They're just about surviving, and that's no problem. Mr. Keshe said they would always take care of the financial part of it. It's just our job to get the knowledge disseminated, and we know how much knowledge there is. But to those who can and are willing to, I think it could be quite beneficial for all of us to continue to fund on a regular basis the Keshe Foundation, as we're all part of it. And the growth will come. If you can loan money to the foundation, that's fine as well. So let's go to that part of the last workshop, which is about 18 minutes. So if you've heard it, you've made a donation, you understand what's involved, no need to repeat it, and then just come back if you can. And then we'll go into something else about the teaching. But again, this gives the screen and where the donation should be made, which is directly to stitching the Keshe Foundation. That's the name of the account apparently, and it's in Holland. And we never hear Mr. Keshe ask for money or ask for pay. He's footed the bill. He's taken it out of his own pocket, thousands of dollars per month. It's probably gone into the millions of dollars, but yet never asked for money. So since we received, let's give.
KFI Space Institute. We are welcoming you back. And at the same time, we are here to do a lot of work and a lot of other new things needs to be done. Today, for the first time, through the Keshe Foundation work, we've been here for over live teaching 9 years, 10 years, and Keshe Foundation over 17 years in establishment. Keshe Foundation has never gone out to ask for donation or ask for people to support the Keshe Foundation for a project. People who are close to the Keshe Foundation know that we have endeavored to bring a massive change to the work of the Keshe Foundation internationally. And this work required huge financing in the background by the foundation. We have worked on this over 5 or 6 months. The funds has been raised more or less to the absolute limit. A number of knowledge seekers who are in the background know they've been with us solid trying to, and we have brought all the finances of Keshe Foundation to see this project to be completed. This project will bring some hundreds of new locations for use of the enhancement units, for water cleaning treatment and processing, for space lab launches, space centers, wellness centers, and the rest. To raise these kind of capital by the foundation is impossible. We had to go to bed with so many different people and wait for years and years. We have reached a point that we have raised these funds, and now we are in the last leg. We have to raise, literally we used all the resources we could to raise another 150,000 euro to complete the process. And with a discussion with a team of the Keshe Foundation, we have come to you. There's hundreds of thousands of you listening online. If you donate 10 euro or 100 euro or 1,000 euro, or put funds as lending to the Keshe Foundation to be returned to you, we need to raise this money today. Millions of dollars has been raised and paid for this process to be completed by tomorrow. But we are shortfall. If you have access, or if you like to support Keshe Foundation, we are short just under $150,000 to complete. And we would not come to you in this way if we didn't need and we didn't have. You make the donations, or you can send $1,000, $2,000, $10,000, $10 as a loan, put it as a donation or loan to the foundation. And then in the process, we return back the loans, or we take foundation donation to go ahead. We need to raise this money today. And we've done everything around the foundation. Those are on the panel in the background. People listening in different channels know a number of Keshe Foundation top management team people have literally flown in different positions, have done a lot of work done to make sure this happens. This was supposed to happen last Monday, completed, but due to the lack of a large sum, which suddenly disappeared by somebody who was committed to us, we had to raise it in a short time. We raised most of it. It's about 150,000 left. And we would like to ask you as knowledge seekers, go on the donation panel. If you can send it directly to the Keshe Foundation account in Holland, help to bring the change. We have told you what is to come. This is all part of the work of the Keshe Foundation. I put it in different ways and different meanings. Keeping the technology out of the hand of the governments, out of the hand of institutes, out of people who control it, takes a lot of courage, takes a lot of work we've done in past years. Now we are in the same position. The funds we have raised will bring those changes without attachment. We signed agreements to this effect, and we need to keep that correct. We need to keep the foundation as one nation, detached to any organization, any government. We need you to be there today, not tomorrow, to help the foundation to bring that change. Every month we spend tens of thousands. All these things you see, even keeping this internet going a month costs about 30,000 euro for the foundation. We paid year in, year out, month in, month out. We need you to help, to donate, or to lend to the foundation today, that we can bring that change very soon. The waiting, the chunk of time will be affected by the others and other conditions. We are there to do a lot of work and there to bring a lot of changes. And the capital we have raised, we have to pay for it to be done. And this is part of that expense. We pay for it to be done, the platform to be set up, to be able to do this. I know many of you have access to no funds, and many of you have access to a lot of funds. But you've been here for 10 years listening, or some years you've been listening. You have seen our work. If you don't like to pay for something which you don't get, buy a cup. You will consider what cup of life worth and donate to it. Pay if it says 50 euro, 100 euro, pay 10 euro. It doesn't make any difference, but we have to bring that change, and we left it to the last minute. One of our senior people in this part is already moved into Vienna. We are waiting for the other things to complete, and it has to be completed today, because we would have never come to you, as I said, if one of our people in the background would not have defaulted in what was put in. And it's so short that we could not wait without coming to you. The shortfall was much, much bigger. We have covered it with the support of the knowledge seekers and the Keshe Foundation funds, whatever was there. Now we need to raise the senators, 50,000. If you want to pay for one enhancement unit for 150,000, which is for 1 million, we still accept as you get the product. But we need to raise it today. Pay into the Keshe Foundation bank account, as is an NGO, is a foundation account, and support us. Put it in there. I loan, I want it back. We will return it back to you. Many of you have supported us this way before. When we need, we go to selected people who we need in the Keshe Foundation to support us in different ways. And now this is the foundation which needs this money to be able to bring that change. Knowledge has been free, and sharing the knowledge has been free. Now we have to keep the application of the knowledge and technology free as well. And this is for that purpose. You don't see in any of the Keshe Foundation works, companies, any outside external knowledge seekers as partners or people who run it. We want to keep it that way. And we want to bring the knowledge out. Everything is depending on what we are doing and what we have to do. Huge sum has been raised, and you will see its operation coming through once this is completed. I ask you as knowledge seekers to support today. We tell you how much we collected at the end of the day, and that will decide if we're going through, we can complete the agreement by tonight, or we have to step back. We have already committed all the resources of the Keshe Foundation, millions of dollars, to get this done. And the setup is just holding back for such a small amount, which wasn't supposed to be, except by Decay, by one of the, what they call, people who put the funds in for a purpose, and he changed his mind. We have raised most of it. We're short 150,000 euro. And I'll come to all of your knowledge because if you can afford 10,000, 20,000 as a loan. We are not asking for donation. You haven't bought the setup another church. If you feel you want to donate, donate. If you feel it to be a loan, make it a loan, and then we can complete today. I don't think the foundation will ever come to us for donation or support in this way publicly. With what we set up, foundation will become one of the most powerful structures on its own without depending on governments. We become, we set it up, is to become the bankers of our own finances through technology, and not to establish a government, but to establish one nation. We need these funds to be raised today. And we need to be completed today. You can make a donation on a PayPal, but we prefer you to make a direct transfer, because with the PayPal, we have to wait another 2 days to get it transferred to our accounts and then transferred again. So if you make a payment directly to the Holland account as an NGO, we are a foundation, non-profit organization, and we can accept, you can just put out there, I'll loan you $100, I loan you 1,000, I donate you $1. All works. We need to raise this today. There's thousands of you online. And we have shared knowledge, we have shared everything with you, and we need to complete this as part of the structure of the setting up of one nation. And more or less, you are aware of what is to come. We announce more or less in the hidden ways the things to be set up to come, and it's sitting there to come. And we have had a day of 2 weeks with it, and today is our final day. We have to meet it today to complete. I don't preach, and I don't go with it. We have to bring the change, to set what we call a solid base for generations to come for the Keshe Foundation. Please look what you can do and how you can do it, but do it today. If you can do it even during the teaching. We need 150,000 euros. If it's 1,000 of you, you put $150 that is 10,000, 20,000 people live on the lines at the moment. Even if you pay $1, £10, $1.50, you just make it. I've done everything in my power and the financial power of the Keshe Foundation to bring this position about. We stopped a lot of programs of the Keshe Foundation in China, in Arizona, everywhere else, to finance this, because this is more important. This platform for us is a game changer for the foundation. The employment, the factories, the cleaning of the atmosphere, the energy, the space technology, everything has put on hold in the past 5 months to get this completed. And our bankers knew, and we had a huge problem with our banking system, blocking, stopping, investigating how an organization like Keshe Foundation has managed to do such a job. Our bankers foreclosed everything for us to monitor how a known, well-known organization like Keshe Foundation has managed to raise a nation's capital as an independent organization. We need that to be done. We need that to be completed today. I thank you very much for it. And I hope you can help, and you can donate, and you can lend the foundation the money within the next few hours, that we can get this process completed. Those of you who are in the background know exactly what you've done and how you helped us. And those who are at the front end, like in China, know how you have suffered with what we had to do with the stopping of the banks and everything else, blockages of movement. The investigation was Central European Bank to see how an organization like Keshe Foundation has made such a move. I thank you for your support, and I thank you for allowing to bring about the change. We are not asking to donate us. We're asking to lend us the funds. We return it to you and a completion. Thank you very much. And I hope we get a response back from you, those of you who have the funds to be able to do it. And just understand there is a need, and there's a time for need, and the need for the foundation to do that, bring the changes is today. I'll come back to this again. We keep an eye on the monitoring of the funds that we receive, and we'll see what you have taken from here has brought you back to us to be. Thank you very much, Rick. Where you have to make the donation is on the screen, or you go to the Keshe Foundation donation button. Keshe Foundation account in Holland as an NGO is there. The PayPal is there. We prefer you to send directly because PayPal takes us time and it creates a lot of delays which we don't have. Thank you very much. Going back to the teaching. Pardon?
I was just wanting to mention that if people do have trouble with, some people do have trouble with the direct bank transfers, and there is a donate button on the upper left corner of that web page. And when you click on that, then it takes you to the ability to use PayPal or with a credit card. So just that option is there, but you have to actually click on that small donate button in order to access all that.
Thank you.
And I see there's people already have sent their donation. Danielle in the chat here mentions donation sent. So you're getting action already, at least, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. We need to raise 150,000 euro today. Pay 10 cents for the teaching of 10 years per session, and then you might have worth that knowledge. Thank you very much, Rick. As I said, we never come back, but this is so vital for change of direction and course in Keshe Foundation. Either way, it's your foundation, it's what you run. We are caretakers. Coming back to the teaching.
Okay, so we've all heard this before, but this is a very crucial point. And again, it doesn't sound like a lot of money for someone in Mr. Keshe's position, but there must be more to it. So this is a point where we're either going to have to go forward or we have to step back. And again, just because he said it for one day, I think it's our responsibility from time to time to make a donation to the foundation. So they'll never have to come back and ask for funds again. I've very rarely heard Mr. Keshe over the years ever ask for any money, but we need to keep the Keshe Foundation sort of topped up in a way, if we can. And again, when you give, you receive, and you're not giving to receive, but realize that is the process that happens in the universe, and you don't always receive back right away. Sometimes it could be even in the next generation would receive back. And if you feel that you don't want to make a donation, he said, buy something out of the store, which you can do. And I know people have even paid higher prices for things. And again, don't feel bad if you don't have any funds, you just continue to disseminate and talk about the Keshe Foundation, this knowledge. This whole program, he said it would be one of the Keshe Foundation will be one of the strongest, largest, most powerful corporations probably in the next coming years as it gets set up. But this is for giving away the universal body enhancement, the space centers, the water cleanups, CO2 capture, and much, much more. So if you can, keep it on in your thoughts and what you can do as far as helping from time to time or even once in a while. As Mr. Keshe said, if you gave 10 cents for every teaching over the last 10 years, that would be about $50, maybe a little bit more, 60, whatever it would be. So that's very little And of course, Mr. Keshe doesn't get paid for this. He's actually reaching into his pocket on a continual basis. And some of the programs had to be kept back. So if we want to remain independent of governments, independent of banks and financial and other institutions, we're going to have to fund ourselves. But as this process takes off, I'm sure that they'll be all self-funded. So that was the fundraising part. Any comments by anyone? I know Gail said, did we reach the required funds? I don't know if we have or not. I would say we have. As I indicated, some people loaned, some people donated, and some people did both probably. So I would say we reached that, and this has been a sticking point, apparently, he said, for the last number of months. So whatever we can do, we'll try and do, and to make it a regular donation, as they say, put your money where your mouth is. I don't know if that applies here, but I think it does in so many ways. And if it's a loan, it'll have to be paid back. So those who donate even today or tomorrow or whenever, they can use that money to pay back loans that were issued or people who did other things. Again, as Mosfeq said, you could put Keshe coins in there, ask them, they could borrow the coin, and then it could be returned. So that was the part on the fundraising. And again, it's not too exciting when we talk about money because everybody is struggling and they all think they don't have enough. And many of us don't have enough funds. But with the little funds, I remember the story in the Bible about the woman who gave just a few cents that she had towards, I guess it was the work of Christ or something along that line. And he said she gave more than all the people that gave hundreds or thousands of dollars because she gave what she had. And maybe it's a little lesson for all of us. As I said, Mr. Keshe has been giving for all these years. Now we should take it on ourselves to be able to give something, even if it's only $1. Anyone would like to make any comments about this? Otherwise, we'll go to the next segment. And this next segment comes in. I didn't realize it till just a couple days ago, but Randy had brought up this this question about this village in Thailand. And Randy, if you're here, maybe you'd like to read this. He put this in the Telegram for us, but it was a question about people disappearing and not being buried. So Mr. Keshe, it must have triggered something in Mr. Keshe because this last teaching was all about being responsible for your physicality and not to leave it here and not to go into the coffin or the box, he said. And this is the way he's operated on this planet for thousands of years.
You can read it, Mark. I have a little frog in my throat today. Thank you.
No problem. So this is what Randy had brought up last week, and I think we can all see the connection, and if you don't, you'll hear it when we play the next clip. I got this by email when I lived in Thailand, but never found the time to go there. Back then, there was no internet in remote parts. I checked today, and some of the hotels in the area are offering adequate Wi-Fi. These are no miracles. There is a village in the north of Thailand. Nan is the name that is famous for not having a cemetery. Apparently, nothing distinguishes it from the surrounding villages. Its population is close to 400, and many of them are elderly. About 5 to 8 people a year, apparently it leaves the ranks of the living, and there is never a burial. It is not necessary, for the people who live here disappear 3 to 3.5 hours after their death, and their corpses are absorbed without a trace. The relatives only have time to bury the deceased and arrange a quick farewell. By the time the mourning women show up, the ceremony is pretty much over. We have to hurry because the dead are soon dematerialized. As the relatives surround him, he begins to melt into the ether. After 10 to 15 minutes, it disappears completely. It is physically destroyed. This phenomena occurs exclusively in this village. Researchers have already studied the area. A group of doctors arrived in the village to end the series of unusual events. It was first believed that the mysterious radiation emanating from the earth was causing dematerialization. This is why old dying people were brought here from other villages. However, they were not absorbed after their death. For this, the residents there, those who were born in the village, were thoroughly examined in vain. Nothing special was found on them. Extraterrestrial civilizations more advanced than we have repeatedly hinted that our brains have miraculous abilities. Only we do not know about them. Among other things, all parapsychological abilities could be induced if we were aware of their mode of induction. These do not seem to be devilish things that require superhuman knowledge. Only certain rules need to be mastered. If they were to tell us what to do, anyone could easily learn. This is evidenced by the special ability of the inhabitants of the island of Noumea. On this island of New Caledonia, the natives have an unusual trait. They are able to levitate. However, they do not like to show off their science, so they do not organize tourist attractions. They live in isolation from the world and are not allowed to moor anyone on their shores, meaning no boats We know from the stories of the fishermen living on neighboring islands that the inhabitants of this small island often leave their boats and float above the water. They look from above at where there is a large amount of fish in the sea. Indigenous men with a lumbar spine, approximately, at a height of 1 meter, they float above the water. But there are those who sit with their legs crossed in the air. Then they float back to the ships. And I don't think sink aboard, they must get aboard. They also seem to control the float and elimination of the gravitational counterforce. They also saw levitators on the island. Women are capable of it, but patients and young children are not. Here, a child becomes an adult when he can ascend to a height of at least a half a meter. They say they are capable of causing this phenomena from time immemorial. The islanders say they were once visited by strangers arriving on a strange flying structure who taught them to float. So it is not a question of the inheritance of a genetic trait from generation to generation. Their talent is the result of mastering a method whose secret is kept jealous. All they have revealed is that the secret of levitation is to be strongly wanted. Again, we go back to this emotional understanding. Anyone who knows how to do this and is able to control his will can already float, because they feel that this extraordinary knowledge is also of great interest to evil people who are threatening the survival of the world. They do not leave their place of residence and do not talk to strangers. Some wealthy American and European travelers promised them fortunes if they were taught to levitate them. Others invited islanders to a world tour. They promised a sorrowful fee if they flew a little during the performances they organized. However, they did not stand on a rope. They just like to fly at home. The coconut is also harvested from the trees this way. Unlike other tropical countries, they do not climb palm trees here. They float into the crown of the tree and drop the nuts. They also control their farmland in this way from above. If a hurricane or tsunami comes, Don't despair. They will rise high and wait for the wind to calm down and the water to retreat. So what a beautiful thing you triggered there, Randy. And if we go into this teaching of Mr. Keshe in the 429, I know he came in at the end and I asked him if he'd like to comment on this, and then he left without making a comment. So let's go to, hopefully I have a part of this here, but it's triggered something, Randy's question, or what Randy was bringing up. As he says, you trigger and I respond. And so he did respond, even though he didn't in last Sunday's meeting. He made a whole workshop out of this. And what a beautiful, as they all are, workshop for us to learn so many different knowledges again, just in this workshop. So a $1 donation, a $5 donation wouldn't seem to me too much to ask. And as I said, there's always a giving and receiving. When you give, you will receive, but you're not giving to receive, but the reciprocity will come later. So let's just hear Mr. Keshe and how he's been doing exactly what we sort of talked about, disintegrating. And again, I've never been there, so I don't know exactly how he does it. And I'm not sure I've ever done it. And if I have, I've forgotten how to do it. But let's hear from Mr. Keshe on this beautiful question that Randy raised and some of the things he's taught us in this last workshop. Hopefully we can get this started the right spot.
Where does man go? Where does man sit with this knowledge? Where do we understand what we need to do to get to this point? We need to be able to elevate not the soul of the man, not the soul of physicality of the man, but the physicality of the man in a dimension of the time, position, and place of his manifestation. That in all dimensions, it becomes that beautiful being. Does not matter where on planet Zeus, on the earth, or anywhere else, where we see the beauty of it. Where in the dimension of universal community, we don't become, oh, these are from planet Earth. When they finish with the physicality, they dump it literally around the universe and they go somewhere else to see what they can create somewhere else. They have no respect for their physicality. How do you expect to have respect for their own soul? Now you understand. You are part of the universal community, and maybe in your village, you could spit, you throw the litter on the corner on the dusty street, and that was it. The wind will take it, and dust will cover the mess. Now you have moved to a city, to a place where you cannot spit on the street, and you cannot throw your litter on the street and walk away. You are responsible for what you do with the dimension of physicality of it. We need to understand this. We have no choice. We've been brought to the level of understanding of the totality in all dimensions and not only in one. Both the soul of physicality and the physicality of the man. You are responsible for 3 entities, not just for one. Feed it, enjoy it, and dump it literally when I'm gone. It's the totality of the knowledge, understanding, and it's the totality of what we call comprehension of the total need for understanding of the totality. We have to bring that change about. We have to bring that change for ourselves. We are not doing it for somebody else. It's our body. We created it. What do you do when you see your arm cut off is on the floor? You walk away. Oh, I used it. You don't need it. Instead, I'll make another one. Or do you pick it up? You try to stick it together. You try to get it to work. You try to get it to function in all dimensions. It's us who has to understand the work of the physicality, the work of the soul of physicality, and the work of the soul of. When you go to a new dimension and you want to put the soul of physicality out, would you create a physical body which is in acid and it burns and is pain and is suffering? Or would you change the strength of the soul, that it changes the strength of the soul of physicality, that you create the body in that atmosphere, in that condition, that is perfection and beauty? But you don't take from the environment what you need and dump the rest. You share from the soul of physicality with the environment that allows you to create that beautiful physicality to enjoy the environment. You are responsible for it. You are more than responsible for it. You have an obligation to it. You have to understand where we are and how we live this physical life. We become that process. We become that understanding. We become that respect in all three dimensions. And then we understand how much, to what level, to which way we are sitting and being able to create that dimension in all three. Now, we had hit hard, and you have to understand it. And you have to be able to be part of it. We need to be able to bring that change to ourselves. We need to bring that to ourselves to be able to transfer the knowledge from all dimensions. Does not matter if you're in South Africa, in Moscow, in London, New York, or anywhere else, where the pieces of the animal or you, which is spread across the planet, carries the information to the dimension of the soul to serve, not in the dimension of physicality, but as energy fields of elevation of other souls. It is what you have become aware of. And as I always say, you are responsible for it from today, because you know from today it's not going to end up in that coffin. I'm never going to be there. I'm never going to go on that pile of wood to be burned, to become dust and ashes, because I decide I have respect for what I've created and what has created me. And it'll never be in that pile of wood, and it'll never be in that box and in the coffin, because I look after it. Do you dump your mother or your father once you're created and you manage to become successful and dump them? I've got nothing to do with them, even they being my creator. How come you do that with your body? Now you are responsible for all levels of it. Now that you know, you cannot litter the universe with the physicality of the man once the man goes. It's in the writing of Allah clearly. You cannot transfer a body for them 1 hour from point of death to the burial. Because he never understood that body should never exist to be 1 hour. And at the same time, if you die in planet Zeus, should not Earth become the cemetery of all the human race across the universe, that they bring the body home to bury? Today is 21st of April. It's what we call the first Reswan, the beginning of the Baha'i New Year. But have they understood at all what they are talking about? Or this is another, what I call, amalgamation of nothingness. Nothing has changed with what they call the new messenger, because the same problems carried on. It became ideology, not a religion. You have to understand, you cannot become ideology. You have to understand the process of creation. That you don't become a litter, that wherever man dies in physical dimension in the universe, send them back home. Burial ground is Earth. We won't have enough space on this planet to bury our dead, because now they come from all over the universe. It's not just if you die in Tehran and you're American, we send the body back to New York. How much body do you want to bring from across the universe back to Earth to make it a burial ground? Worst burial ground that man ever known. There should not be a burial ground. Earth should be the beauty as it is, where everyone comes to enjoy, not to dump the litter of the physicality of the man across the universe. The teaching of today is for you, for the first time, to consider what next with my physical dimension, where if you understood it, there is no never next, because it's always there and it's part of. There shall be no death. There cannot be death if you know how to transfer. I stayed on this planet for thousands of years. Never died. Just transmuted. From an old man to a young child to a newborn, another cycle, and then another cycle. The soul is the same. Change of the physicality. From the Moses to Jesus to Muhammad to rest, to the first man to another man, a nomad, a man in the mountain of Himalaya, all is the same soul. And that's why when the Father says, wait till tomorrow night, I tell you another story, because he said the story tonight, he knows what's inside. Next night, he uses the same inclination and the knowledge of the last night to tell you this new story, what's going to be in the next night. What Muhammad promised, what Moses promised, what Jesus promised, is the same soul. He never dumped the physicality. The same as you never found the body of Christ, because there wasn't physicality. Last week was the Christian Catholic Easter. And this Sunday is Orthodox. What happened to the soul of the Christ in these 2 Sundays? 7 days in the land of nomad? Or is it again creation of man for his own ego from different needs? Ask where your soul has been, what process it has gone through. Which soul is it made of? How come it elevates? Today you had a chicken in the morning for breakfast, a chicken nugget. Lunchtime you had a lamb roast for lunch, and dinner you had a steak with rice, and had bread with your lunch, and you had whatever potatoes in the morning in different shapes. How many different souls have you consumed during the day in the dimension of physicality? Then you understand. Man does not need to consume. Man needs to be a giver and not take. The logo of the Keshe Foundation is very clear. We are here to serve and not to be served. It's not the waitress job. It's the service to the elevation of the souls. We are not religious. We are not God knows whatever. We are a scientific organization. We try to understand the science of creation, the science of knowing. As a guy told me, you talk very good, but you can't show anything in physicality. Show me you can do it in enhancement. It means you haven't even understood the process of the creation, let alone you need the machine to be seen, to be shown. Put energy system in the market, then the Keshe Foundation will be believed. Magic of Christ was his elevation and transmutation. There is no magic because you're so well educated that no one can create your magic. You have to understand what is the real process that it looks like in magic. The reason of creating all these processes, even when we ask for a donation and setting up the thing, is through the process of cleaning up the process, elevating the soul of the water, creation of the other things. We can bring that process. It's not just the man who gets the enhancement machine, it's the animal and the tree gets the same elevation through the process that the man creates for the elevation of their soul, that they reach the same elevation as the man. The process of setting up the CO2 absorption, the process of setting the enhancement units for farming, is not for you to have the better harvest, because you always look at your own pocket. Is that to start the process of creation of elevating what we are responsible for on this planet in the dimension of their physicality, that, as I said, when the Messiah comes, is heaven for every creature and creation. Messiah has come and is for the elevation of every existence. But we hide it in the containment of the water, we hide it in the elevation or absorption of CO2, we put the water in the rivers and seas that the fish gets elevated in dimension. So now you can understand, I've done a very good job. The elevation of the soul of the planet will bring that change. It's no use when the man knows what to do with physicality, but the lion still kills, and the plant opens its mouth to capture a fly. The process of the teaching of Keshe Foundation is to bring the fundamental change in all dimensions. Then you understand how, as I said, I've taken you for a walk, not only changing your life, but producing gases, but developing the new enhancement center for capture of CO2, and then using it as a fertilizer to enhance the level of the plant, not for your harvest, but in a way that you don't need to eat me. I'm here, you can radiate my fields to yourself and absorb it without ever consuming it. I become that orange. And you are the water, the salt water, and the gases which you have contained in the skin of the man. Now you understand how simple somebody who knows the knowledge of creation can walk you through to do what is needed to be done for the whole creatures of this planet, and not just for the man. This process has been going on for billions. It won't change overnight. We build the places to absorb the CO2. We come with the technologies to change the fields into masses of small stars, we call it the ganses, to change the totality. The biggest question for mankind will be, what would in the future this planet will look like? When the plants are there through their souls, the trees are there to understand, if I'm here, that tree there needs more space. So I shorten myself a little bit, let him grow, I can always exist. How I can cut myself that it shows its beauty and not my existence. Don't the trees do that? Don't the shrubs do that nowadays? But now we bring that essence that they no need to take from, but they become the giver by taking what is given to them in the dimension of their need. Then you understand what it means. I made man in the image of myself. Not in the image of the soul and the physicality, but in the image of correct understanding and sharing and giving and taking what it needs from the environment of our existence without messing up and littering about with mine or the others which I consume. Life should not be starting on a table of luxury and what I call a flash of a toilet. That table of luxury of food should not exist, nor the system that you have to flush. In so many ways, what man has not understood is the initial process of life. When you see the mother drinks the water, converts it to milk, feeds the child with the love of the mother in that milk, and that milk becomes food for nourishment of the physicality of that child to grow. The process of the creation of Neutron and the daughter is the process that how the life of the man has to be. How the process of the creation for man across the universe has to be. As we always said, the creator is the creator of all, and man, converter of sin. And that conversion comes by the level of understanding and knowledge. In the coming time, mankind will come to understand life means life from now to eternity. From now to the point of understanding the whole understanding. We need to understand this process. We have to understand this process. We have to become aware of the totality, not part of it. Up to now, till the beginning of the teaching of the Keshe Foundation, you were locked with the soul of the physicality. You call it whatever and whatever. Now you became aware of the soul of the man and the soul of physicality. Now you're responsible for what makes the soul of physicality and the soul of the man to exist. You cannot use it and then dump it. The only cemetery left for the body of the man should be in the memory of those who became in touch with that man. And nothing more and nothing less. There should be no cemeteries. There should be no crematorium. There should be nowhere that we have people we imprison their physicality, and there should be nowhere where we judge it. As he has to be judged by himself, he has to find his own place, and he has to be there for eternity. Now, you thought you traveled to the dimension of the soul of the man in an enhancement unit. Somebody will be outside knocking on the door. Excuse me, sir, what are you going to do with the physical part you left in the enhancement? What are we going to do with the next guy who wants to get in? There's not a dumping ground. We haven't opened a new cemetery inside the enhancement unit for you to elevate your soul and leave the physicality behind. Or just take it and dump it somewhere else as it suits you. I brought the knowledge of existence right to your understanding, right to your emotion of understanding. You're responsible for that finger, you're responsible for that hair and that eye.
Okay, that was very hard hitting for a lot of us, including myself. Realizing I thought we were only responsible for the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. And now I understand there's 3 entities we're responsible for. You're more than responsible for it. He said you have an obligation to it. So it's quite a deep teaching, and we have to somehow become this process, he said, in all 3 of these dimensions, and to transfer knowledge as well in these dimensions. It's something we've never considered up to probably last Thursday. Even maybe some of us have already paid or planned the funeral. But this is the way Mr. Keshe said he stayed on this planet for thousands of years, never wanting to get into that box, never going to be buried, and to have respect, I guess, for the physicality in so many ways. And we're starting this process of bringing the fundamental change in all dimensions. And it's not just for the man. This is another thing that I wasn't totally clear on. It's for all the other created entities as well on this planet, the cat, the trees, and everything else, to be able to elevate to a higher understanding or a higher dimension. So quite another profound teaching. And I think Randy had triggered it with his question about this place in Thailand where they just basically disappear. And we know Mr. Keshe has brought up the tribe in Africa, which has been studied by the United Nations and others. It's not been popularized, though, how the children there decide whether they're going to be a male or female when they reach puberty. And depending on the needs of the people there, do they need more women? Do they need more men? What is the need at the point? So there are so many fantastic things going on the planet, and people are doing this already, as we see in Thailand or in this other place in Catalonia, was it? Where they actually float above the ocean to see where the fish are, or float up to pick the coconuts up in the branches. And of course, we know someone who's referred to as walking on water, or maybe they were just floating above the water. So this is something scientifically that can be learned, as we heard Mr. Keshe in the Q&A talk about changing positions of your body to be able to absorb water or to absorb energies, as the guru did, who discovered, Mr. Keshe discovered his trick, but I guess it wasn't a trick, it was more of a fraud, because he was defrauding his followers in so many ways. But these things are scientifically understood once we start to delve into it, I think, a little bit more, and we all have the capability of doing this. So it's just a phenomenal thing, and thank you, Randy, for bringing that up. Would anyone like to state anything? I was just thinking, if you've already prepaid for your funeral expenses and you really don't want to go there, then maybe you can get the money back and donate part of it to the Keshe Foundation, because we are able to do some very fantastic things that, again, beyond the imagination and belief of the everyday man. And that's what I've always thought, when you do finally die, if you do die, that they just get to get you one more time. And I know funerals here, if you're going to bury someone in the ground in the United States, it's a minimum of $10,000-12,000. So that's quite a big expense. I think cremation is a little bit less, but we don't have to go through either one of those processes. We can actually take the entire physicality with us once we learn a little bit more of how to do that. Anyone have any thoughts or something they'd like to share? Otherwise, we'll go to the Dome of Peace. And again, if there's anyone new here, I know this sounds very astounding, but it's not if you know the knowledge of the universe and carry this full knowledge with you. You never have to die, apparently. You can live on this planet for thousands of years or anywhere else and never leave any of that litter behind. And again, since last Thursday, I don't think many of us have ever even considered it. We thought we would leave the physicality. I know I asked Mr. Keshe in China when the first pandemic was going on, and they just had thousands of bodies, and I guess they were burning them. He said it was like hay at that point in time. The soul had already left, but now we're understanding more. He doesn't always reveal his full hand when he's teaching, as no master usually reveals their full hand. So as we're progressing deeper into the knowledge, he's sharing deeper and deeper understandings of what the capability of man is. And I would imagine it applies to the other creatures on this planet as well. As he said, it's not just for the man, but we're going to bring the fundamental change in all dimensions. Anyone like to make a comment, or is this beyond your belief, or is it something you think you can work with? I think we can all work with it. Okay, let's go to the Dome of Peace. And again, every Sunday, this has been the request by Mr. Keshe that we release the Gans waters at a certain time. Let's see if we can start this. Oops. Hopefully we have it close. The audio doesn't always start on time.
I will look for it. I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet
as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, and this dome of peace, this releasing the GAN's water, is actually for our physicality to get involved and to do something. And I did forget to add, and we'll hear it later on near the end of the program. He said in one of the questions, he said, "You don't understand what I give you. You can't even comprehend the gift given to mankind that the children of Mitra will never kill." And this is what's coming in the future, that they'll be able just to look at that cow and be able to absorb the energies or the beauty of the flower without actually harvesting it and take it inside. But this is for the physicality. The releasing of the GAN's waters is to create some sort of balanced condition. And even at one time, he said the spraying of the GAN's waters would connect these wellness centers together in some way, in some shape, in some form. I don't completely understand it. So you can spray the GAN's waters on Sunday at 12 or 6 p.m. CET along with others. You can release them during the week at any time. And if you don't want to go out spraying, you don't really have to. You can just do it from inside your home through the discharge systems or drainage that you have in your home, and that will release them in the same ways through the water plant, and then that plant will release them into the ocean or into other rivers or so once the effluent is cleaned up. Now, that is for the physicality. Mr. Keshe has taken it a step further, where he said, the dome of peace. Please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GAN's waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you again for your participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life on this planet. And as we just heard him say, we hidden a lot of the technologies in elevating the water and making the GANs and so many other ways. Now, Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace within the power of our soul. We asked you to spread the GAN's waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path, or an additional path, I'd say. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the waters of the GANs, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time we will make a new race out of the soul of the man. And then, instead of doing it once weekly, do it all the time. MT Keshe. So we can add to the 5+1, we can add elevation to the world leaders. We can, for example, Raphael is going to be doing a program apparently this tonight at 8 p.m. Brazilian time. And so we can also keep him in our thoughts as he's going on to correct some of the inaccuracies that another knowledge seeker or knowledge seekers have put out into the media. So we can elevate the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators through our souls, the souls of the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the souls of world leaders and the religious leaders of this planet. If it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the collective awareness by giving will create this position of change. And again, you can give from your soul. So let's take 5 minutes of silence and elevate and exercise our souls. And in this process, no one fails, Mr. Keshe said. That's the beauty of this giving from your soul. that may be a field that I don't have, you have, or vice versa. John doesn't have, I have. So all the fields collectively together, working at the same time as we come together right now, can do this job. And I think down the road, once we find out more about the capabilities of the soul, we just heard some of the physicality that can be basically taken by us and totally disappeared, but we're taking it with us. We can do this through our souls. And I think once we find out the power of the collective soul, that will start working more through the soul and less through trying to change things through the physicality on this planet. And I think that's what the Universal Council is all about. And they're getting there as well. So we also want to elevate the Universal Council and their members, or their new members that will be coming in. So let's just take 5 minutes, exercise our souls into the elevation of the others on this planet. And it could be plants or trees or animals as well. So thank you for participating in this greatest movement of the soul of man. I'll take 5 minutes and I'll let you know when it's over. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement of the soul and of the man. And it is like wishing, or it is like praying. And prayer does change things. Of course, we're not praying to a God somewhere far out in the distance, as you are the creator. So you're giving from the fields of yourself. Who's ever writing on the screen, could they take that off, please? Thank you. All right. But anyway, it's a beautiful thing that we've recently found out about our soul that's been hidden from us for so many centuries and thousands of years, as that's one of the techniques to not let the man find his own soul, which actually resides within him and is built on top of and above the soul of the creator. So you are the creator in so many ways, as Mr. Keshe continually repeats, I made the man in the image of myself. Okay, and now let's see if we can turn to Alex, who's been waiting patiently. Hopefully he's still there and is ready to come in. Alex, are you? Yes, I hear you. Thank you again for joining us and making a special presentation every week in this group. And basically, we just appreciate your presence and your sharing of knowledge. And as Mr. Keshe said, you trigger many things through your teachings. And even though you're not aware of it, and sometimes I'm not aware of it either, but things are triggered and things are revealed in so many ways, sometimes hidden and sometimes we do get it. So if you'd like, I can play the disclaimer.
Yes, please.
And then we'll go right into your teaching. We've been trying to keep the meetings a little bit shorter, but they always don't seem to work out that way. I'm just adjusting the volume and then we'll go right to you, Alex.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to. Disclaimer.
Okay, Alex, I don't know where these red lines came from, but or if someone was just trying to get our attention here, I'm hoping they'll erase them, but you're going to be taking over the screen in a moment anyway, and we want to welcome you for sharing this universal knowledge as you understand it. And we do appreciate your presence every Sunday consistently without fail. So if you're ready, Alex, please start your presentation. And hopefully it's I've coordinated with you on the soul level to make it all consistent here.
Thanks, Mark. I'm going to take over the screen.
Please. Okay, we see your screen, Alex.
Okay, so, oh, it's looking good. So thank you very much for the introduction, Mark. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon in North America. So this is part of the North American knowledge teaching. And I want to thank everyone for attending today. We have a unique situation here in Canada. The temperature has gone up to about 18 degrees Celsius, and it's still April. And so we're grateful for that. And I know many are you wanting to get out and do their gardening or not, but we appreciate you being here because we believe this is important, because this is where all the souls meet. And the souls meet because this is where the science meets the soul of man for the purpose of peace. And as you can see by all these medallions here, our family is growing and our family is transcending the geographical limitations and the physical limitations. So we're talking not only about this earth, but we're talking about the universal community as well. And this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. This is the intermediate level of the Insight series. Today's subject is harvest. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is April the 24th, 2022. And this is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we've tried to organize these particular classes, into an organization where we have two coordinates, and one has to do with the coordination of the basic, intermediate, and advanced classes. And the other is the coordination of a progress of classes going from intermediate teaching, intermediate understanding, intermediate knowing. And today is the last class of the Intermediate Insight series. So whether you're a new knowledge seeker or a mature knowledge seeker, this is designed to try and streamline the many thousands of hours of knowledge and training and education that we have compiled in our archives. And as such, we try to make it easier because we don't all have the time to invest, but we do want to be effective because the time is running out. Today's subject is the harvest. And the question is, what are we harvesting? So one of the time pressures, of course, is that in our plan to launch to the moon on June the 6th is only T-minus 42 days and counting away. And so this is increasing the pressure that we have on our trip to the moon. And it's also increasing our pressure in forcing us to leave our warm and fuzzy nest and to learn how to fly with the rest of the universe. So can we do that? Do we want to do that? And so we need some special compasses to do that navigation. And so, you know, part of the thing about the pressure comes from the schedule, but there's another pressure here in Canada, and I keep making reference to it. And you wonder where that comes from. And that is the May 2-4 weekend that's coming up. This is a very important day. And so it causes us a lot of anxiety, and then sometimes to waylay that anxiety, then we create a May 2-4 weekend every weekend. And so this is just another May 2-4 weekend. And what the 2-4 stands for is for case of beer. There's 24 bottles of beer in a case. And so this becomes part and parcel of the welfare essentials for life. So we seem to think that air, water, food, and shelter are the essentials of life. And so there are those who feed this. We call them the providers. And there are those who deny this, and we call them the terrorists. But not everyone shares the importance of these essentials. So many on welfare, for them, the essentials are having the smokes, which are slang for cigarettes, have to have the beer, have to have the snacks to go along with the beer. And these are the essentials. And of course, to sit in front of the cable TV and watch the world go by. And so we have to question now, what is the default position? Are we feeders? Are we terrorists? Or are we just welfare passengers? And how can we tell which is which? And so really, when we look at the situation, whatever that situation is, this is what we are harvesting. Or is that what we are reaping? And so this is causing a lot of pressure. And so as to be able to deal with this pressure, many of us want to get intoxicated, because really that doesn't confront the pressure, that just helps us deal with the pressure. And this pressure is universal. And so when we played the game of musical chairs, we like to throw things away. So as we went through each round, we would remove a chair and take it somewhere, we don't know where. And of course, one of the participants would be eliminated, and where they go, we don't know. And the idea was to declare a winner. But in the pressure fields of life, you can't throw anything away. So you really have to deal with that. And so as such, then the pressure mounts. And when you have the increase in pressure, then plasmatically, that creates a gravitational field. And so the gravitational field gravitates towards the center. And so as we get to this central position, we find that the fields inside have a smaller diameter. And so we can't put the same number of people on each field. So if we start out with 8 participants, and then we go down one, and we find that we can't put that many on there. So we have to actually overload and cross over to another field. So if we're just going down one level, we find that we have 2 left over. And then if we go down another level, now we have 4 left over. And why is this? Well, it's because people keep coming. More and more people are coming to the game. This is not an exclusive game. You know, this is the game of life. And so when it comes down to all the fields being filled with humanity, and then we have leftovers, well, where exactly do they go? And a decision has to be made where they go. So, you know, one of the decisions could be they could be discarded. And the other decision could be no decision. But that decision is not available because you see, we add more pressure. And so more players want to get into the game. And so a decision has to be made. And so if this decision is not made, this creates a point of conflict. And that conflict in the reality, the scheme of things, the grand scheme of things, it becomes fairly temporary. And so it becomes a flashpoint. And so we say when two forces come together on a certain plane, something has to give. And so in that process of giving, where does it go? And is it just a flash in the pan, or is it a glow? And so we're seeing that we have other points of view that we can throw into this. And as the pressure is increasing with respect to the timetable, we find that we really don't have time to be inebriated, drunk, if you will. And there are various ways to be drunk, of course. So one of the ways to be drunk is with beer. Another way is to be drunk with drugs. Another way to be drunk, of course, is with power. And so if we want to follow the leader, we need to make sure that that leader is moral and sober. And if we want to be a teacher, that means we have to be that leader. And how could we be that leader? And how could we be that teacher without having been a student first? And so this whole process of life is basically to show how life works. And so here we are at the threshold of entering into the uncharted skies. And can you hear it? Can you see it? Can you make the right choices? Well, what is the default choice? And why do you have to make a choice? Because you have to position yourself. And can you sort this out? Or do we have to get elevated? And so the road ahead can be pretty rough. How's your compass working? Are you ready to harvest? Or are you reaping? And so as we discuss, we have to figure out how we can tune into the energy of the universe and turn on to the benevolence of the Creator and drop out of our arrogance, which is limiting our growth. Because if you remember, one of the favorite questions when we talk about the beginning of matter, we say, oh, well, which came first, the chicken or the egg? And so the answer was neither. What came first was the principal matter. And that's why the principal matter is called the principal matter, because it's first. And where did this principal matter come from? So we find that there is a magnetical feeding, and then find that there's a gravitational feedback. Because at some point in between the magnetical feeding and the gravitational feedback, there was a conversion point. And so this conversion point is a convergence of energies into force fields. And so we call these force fields the principal matter, the transition matter, and for the sake of clarity, the mattergen matter, because these are all part of the plasma-gen conversion of energy. And what determines if it is matter-gen or if it is matter state? And that has to do with the interaction of the environment. And that environment is done through a field interaction, which we call inertia. And so this is the basis of the plasma science. And what we've been trying to do is describe a method so that you can, in your own words, explain to people, not necessarily as a teacher and not as a dictator, but as a guide, to guide us through our soul limitations. Because the ultimate guide is our soul, you see. And what our soul is trying to do is to somehow rationalize the emotion of the past, the emotion of the future. And so that becomes the emotion of presence. But is the emotion of presence hanging on to the past, or is it just hanging on? And we find that with our souls, that we actually have two souls. We have the soul of the man, and we have the soul of the body. The soul of the body is different from the physical body. So in fact, we have three bodies. The soul of the man body, the soul of the body, and the physical body. And you can see that we're all very busy bodies. And so there's a system that is feeding these bodies, and these bodies are feeding back. And so this is the inertia. However, this inertia, which created us, was based on trust. And so somehow, some way, because we are all independent variables, we see that we can transfer this trust to a point of contrivance or a connivance. And so we have really transformed our emotion of presence into a conflict. And so we have a universal harvesting that is designed to enhance the self. And we have a man-made harvesting of loose harvesting that is designed for self-consumption. And so our life is in between these two extremes. And so we find that the energy of the universe comes together and creates the three basic dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis. But what we didn't say is if that's a plasma reality or a physical reality. We just said it's three dimensions. And in those three dimensions, this is our sphere of reference. This is our field of reference. And because it is our field of reference, and our field also consists of these three dimensions, because those are our fields, the soul of the man, the soul of the body, and the physical body, then we find that our fields of three dimensions and the field of reference of three dimensions are not the same fields. And so this created a point of conflict. But conflict can mean a lot of things. It doesn't just mean war. There can be conflicts of interest. And there can be conflicts between inventors and investors. And then, of course, there's always the shareholders. I'd say all this revolves around in our tiny, perfect world, where really the bottom line is food security. Because the food security is really part of our life's essentials. But, you know, after we eat the food is gone. And so the question is where did it go? So in essence, the point of conflict is actually the vanishing point, because somehow, some way that conflict is resolved, and we can't always see how that happens. And so we always have a choice. Do we create more conflict, or do we explain it? And so this is all dependent on susceptibility. And so what that means is that if we can create different energy levels, and if we can do that within our dimension, then how do we know this? And because all of us who are in attendance are aware of what GANS is, and they've seen the hole in the GANS. Because the GANS, it seems like it's vanished. Or is the GANS actually now transparent? Or is that something that has supplemented or supplanted, excuse me, has something supplanted the GANS in there? And is there a soul in that hole? So with all of these questions, we're trying to figure out this vanishing point, which we see is actually the crossroads between the verification point 2, which we transmit, and the validation point from which we transition. And the crossover point becomes our point of transit, point of existence, which is actually the transmutation between the physical reality and the plasma reality. And since the balance of these fields is invisible, what we see with respect to our confirmation is the representation of our soul limitations. And so our soul limitations are really based on what we confirm. And how can you confirm that which you cannot see or that which you cannot hold? And so that point of confirmation that is non-visible is the Maggrav condition. And so whichever reality you're operating in is from that reality position. The common reality position in our society is food security. So as this is an intermediate class and much more advanced, we will just highlight the basics here. And so we've identified the common denominator with respect to those who provide, those who deny, or those on welfare. And all three have the common denominator that food is required for sustenance. But not just that, we also need food for thought. And we need to be thoughtful because there's something missing. And so if we understand in the plasma science that what we understand from the physical science being the atom, in other words, the combination of the electron proton, and if we change our point of view and see how that respects to our transmission, transition, and transmutation, so we see that the speed of rotation of the plasma of the electron is dictated by the amount of the magnetic fields, which are transferred from the large twin plasma of the proton to the plasma of the smaller twin plasma of the electron. So the transfer of energy is really the fundamental principle. And to transfer energy, there have to be two. So it's a fundamental principle of the twinity. And so we have a singular viewpoint. And that viewpoint seems to be only our body. What we don't see is this crossover point because it disappears. We rationalize it with the letter pi, which means that the relationship of the diameter, which is the transition, and the circumference, which is the transmission, is roughly 3 and a bit. And we can't rationalize this bit, so we just keep fudging it. But it helps us to understand the geometries of other things, which we haven't taken into account. And we need to practice our target shooting because the target is moving. We have emotions, which represent co-creation, and we have soul dimensions as well. So if we limit ourselves to the 2 dimensions of a circle, we talk about the area perimeter relationship. And then if we expand to 3 dimensions of a sphere and see the relationship of the surface to volume ratio, and if we understand that we are none of these 3 dimensions, then we as the observer, and to understand we are the fudging things, we are in the 4th dimension because we're the observer of the 3 dimensions. And so this is the difference when we're looking at the energy transfer. The energy transfer of these basic dimensions, they have to transmutate between the field strength of one set of 3 dimensions to the field strength of another set of 3 dimensions. Because the plasma operates through field strength. And the direction and strength of flow is based on both the charge gradient and the gradient charge. Now, it's not double talk. That's just the interaction between 2 fields. And that interaction is a dynamic plasma reaction. And so the relationship between these 2 fields has to have a reference. And then the reaction of the interaction of the energy in motion is dependent on the synergy that is derived from this interaction or the susceptibility that is derived from the difference of these interactions. And this relationship reference can be done within the range on this planet, within our physicality. And we see that we can transcend various dimensions without leaving our physicality. But we know that there are other dimensions. And how do we transcend those dimensions? So the rules are the same. The plasma rule is the higher strength field feeds the weaker strength field. So if the higher strength field is the feeder, what feeds the higher strength field? And if the weaker is fed by the higher strength, then what does the weaker do? And so failing to understand this is to fail to understand the creation of the universe, you see, because the universe exists from energy. So when we look at book number 1, the universal order of creation of matters, this explains how the universe is created. So energy is always in motion. And so that motion is a charge. And so energy is a charge in motion, but it's a 2-way street, but not on the same dimension. And so therefore, there are different dimensions from the physical dimensions. There are plasma dimensions. And within the domains of the plasma dimensions, there are different dimensions. And so if we understand only one dimension, and we say that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, and so if we stay on the same dimension and understanding the rules of transmission, transition, and transmutation, we find that there are 2 points of conflict. There's a point of conflict at the transition point, and there's a point of conflict at the transmission point. And so this brings on enormous pressure. And so there has to be a release. And so when we look at a somatoscope and not only see 30,000 times the magnification, but 125,000 times the magnification, we can see these tiny bodies. And because this is done in motion, it's a picture in motion. We call it a video. We can actually see a live blood sample that is living. And as such, as a living organism, there is motion. And so these dots that are between these big circles, the big circles being the red blood cells. And interestingly enough, all what we see from these red blood cells is really the perimeter. We see nothing in the center, but we know that something has to be in the center because there's a ring around it. So nothing can be nothing. So just like the hole in the Gans, there's a hole in the red blood cell. And when you look at this picture, it's not even red. So the question now becomes, which came first, the red blood cell or the somatid? And what we do know from the somatoscope is that the somatid came from the red blood cell. Okay, so that's in physicality. But there's nothing inside the red blood cell, is there? So how did all this happen? So we ask the same question as farmers. Farmers plant seeds. The planting of seeds, we say, we sow the seeds. And of course, a popular statement is, we reap what we sow. And that comes from the original harvester, the scythe. As you can see pictured here, you just grab onto those two handles and you swing it from the pivot point of where you stand to the rotating blade, which kind of cuts through the field. Isn't that interesting? And so this reaping, it refers to grains, wheat, and grass. And so by definition, a reaper is any farm machine that cuts grain. And so the early reapers, as we're seeing in this picture, just simply cut the crop and dropped it where it was unbound. And so through our technology, we have been able to develop modern machines that include harvesters, combines, and binders, which also perform other harvesting operations to make us more productive for the purposes of producing more. And so I'm only going to use a couple of examples here. So getting back to the chickens and the egg thing, the chickens eat the grain. And some of these chickens lay the eggs, and so we can harvest the eggs. And then some of the chickens we call meat chickens. And those chickens we slaughter. And so we as humans, we can eat the eggs or we can eat the chicken meat. And cattle do the same thing, basically. Cattle eat the grass. And the cows produce the milk and we harvest the milk. And then we raise the beef for meat. And once it comes to the appropriate size, we slaughter the cattle. And so from this, we drink the milk and eat the meat. So as humans, we are working to harvest the crops. So some of these crops feed the chickens, and some of these crops feed the cattle, but some of these crops produce the bread, and allows us to make sandwiches. And so, yeah, we can make a chicken sandwich, we can make a beef sandwich, or we can make a fried egg sandwich. And then, of course, there's the barley sandwich, which is slang for beer. And then we could produce other sandwiches, which we produce drugs. And so as humans, we could drink the beer, smoke the plants, or take the drugs. But there's other types of harvesting. Mining, for instance. The crops are minerals, oil, or natural gas, or precious metals. It's really basically the same thing, because it's harvesting from the bounty of the earth, isn't it? And then we as humans can take that bounty and run it through a manufacturing process, which really only just changes the appearance, so we can take the food and produce other food products with it. Or we can take the elements that we mine and produce machines, or devices, or weapons. So this is another type of harvesting. So we want to be inclusive, where the harvesting includes things that we come from our environment here. And so there are byproducts from this harvesting. And so some of these byproducts are called forms of elimination. So we know about manure, methane gas, garbage. There are mine tailings, and then some of the manufactured products end up in the scrapyard. And so all of this stuff that we harvest could end up in the scrap bin. And so really the dividend from all this energy that we're expending on harvesting ends up as waste. And so that's the point today, is waste to harvest dividend. So this is a huge problem on this planet. And it becomes a point of opportunity, you see. And of course, the real promoters of this problem want to go into space and travel to Mars. And what they want to do is to use the technology to terraform Mars. And we're not talking about the Keshe Foundation here. We're talking about the same people who designed the biosphere in Arizona, which was a miserable failure of terraforming Earth. So these same people who can't terraform Earth want to terraform Mars. And so there's something wrong here, and it has to do with not understanding the daisy chain harvest. And that is, we harvest the vertical people, which we call the plants. And then we harvest the horizontal people, which we call the, shall we say, the cattle. And then our role in there is as human people. And all three of these produce waste. But what is the source of all this that we produce? And so we find that it all comes from the bounty of the earth. But the bounty of the earth is coming in conjunction with the radiance of the sun. But the radiance of the sun only shines for out of the 24 hours a day, only shines for a percentage of that, which goes from anywhere from 30% to 60%. So the rest of the time it doesn't shine. But the vertical people operate 24 hours a day, as do the horizontal people. Well, you know, so do we. But what is interesting is that the vertical people do this seasonally. In other words, when the winter comes, the vertical people withdraw back into the ground and hibernate. There are horizontal people that do this, like a bear. A bear will hibernate. And when you hibernate, it's hibernating in a place of darkness. So there's no sunshine there. So how does he exist? And for such a long time, which could be several months. And then there's human people, and we hibernate. Well, you know, we really only hibernate at the nighttime, you know, when we go to sleep. So we're living all seasons. So the question then is, how is this possible to have these variable points of sleep, these varying points of suspended animation, without the energy of the sun? Because basically the vertical people are under the snow, so they don't see the sunlight. The horizontal people are hiding in their caves, they don't see the sunlight. And the human people, well, I think most of us sleep at night, so it's dark. And so how does this happen? So something is missing. So we are part of this connection that we can see, but there's another part of the connection which is causing energy to come in and energy to go out. And what we do know is with the waste that goes out, that some of this waste, well, we can burn it. And when we burn it, we create light and heat. And so that becomes an energy. But that waste becomes consumed. And so this whole process involves the consumption of the vertical people, the consumption of the horizontal people, consumption by the human people, and then if we're clever enough, consumption of the waste that we produce. But, you know, we didn't produce the earth, and we didn't produce the sun, and we are dependent on the earth for our environment, and we're dependent on the sun for the life-giving energy. And so there's an interdependence of ourselves with the rest of the universe, and this we can't see. But what we see now is that what we are really harvesting is this energy from beyond the sun. And so that is the gravitational energy coming in. And what we are sending out is the energy beyond the waste, which is magnetical. And where exactly is that going? And do we have to engage the sun, the earth, the vertical people, and the horizontal people? Do we have to engage all of these steps to get this gravitational energy from beyond the sun? And do we have to go through this waste and waste handling process to get to beyond the energy output? So from our point of view as humans, what we want is the energy coming in and the energy going out. The way we get this energy, or the way we give this energy, is our choice. And some of us choose to provide, some of us choose to deny, and some of us are just in there for the welfare ride. But all of us have this connection, except for one small little detail. We don't know where we came from, and we don't know where we're going, because there is an energy in motion. And so we know that there's a pressure from energy to come in from somewhere into our tiny perfect world. And we also know that there's an energy pressure to go outside of our tiny perfect world. And so this becomes the basis of understanding our two-way street. This all has to do with plasmatic energy flowing magnetically through the principles of attraction and repulsion. And so we said it's a two-way street because there's a natural creation and there's a natural decay. So the natural creation is an emission from a Maggrav position. And we know that a Maggrav condition is a balance of the attraction repulsion forces. And then there's an absorption, which is gravitational flow from a Maggrav position, which we know is a combination of the repulsion attraction forces. And so which way are we going? It doesn't matter. Because when we look at understanding the nuclear decay of a neutron, we see that we have a fundamental plasma that in the process of decay creates an electron-proton combination, which we call an atom. And so what we find from our physical science is that an atom can be an electron-proton combination, or can be an electron-proton-neutron combination. And in the process of maintaining whichever field strength that we wish to create, there's always a release of PM ticks. This is the decay process. But in the process of decay means a creation of something else. And so we find that whichever way the motion is moving, that even if it's a creation, it's a two-way street. And if it's a decay, it's a two-way street. So there is a bond between these two-way streets because there's a connection from the creation on one side and the decay on the other side. But is it just the decay, or is there a binding of the creation from one side and the creation of the same side? And is there an equal opposite binding, what we call as a covalent bonding? So there's a bonding where we look at the higher field strength is bonding to the weaker field strength. And so it's bonding individually and collectively, isn't it? And that's why you have now all of these components as being bonded together into one. So this is where we can go into the multiple dimensions, and then we can transcend the various dimensions from a certain point. So created in the cups of life, and why I bring this subject up every day is because it's a very important subject. We all need to do this now, and even more than before, because in these cups of life, we have the basic three dimensions, which we supply the cup and the components of the cup and the configuration. And what we get is we get a magnetical and a gravitational field force that is derived from that through using the nanotechnology. And with the nanotechnology, we create various cups of life, which are starting to show us that there's an emotional aspect in addition to our physical aspect. And if we wish to concentrate on either one, then keep the cups of life apart by at least a meter so that you can make the appropriate ganses inside the cups of life. But regardless of which cup of life you are creating, there is a GANS that is inside. There is an amino acid. And then anytime you create the amino acid, you also create the water. And so what the amino acid eventually becomes is this protein. And this protein is what we are really harvesting, because when we're harvesting an egg, it is protein. We harvest a chicken, it is protein. And we harvest a cow, it is protein. And you know what? We are protein. And so that is the connection between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. But then there's energy beyond. And that energy beyond is what comes from our soul. And not one soul, but two souls. So what we have is each cup has its own soul. That each cup and its own soul is the body of the cup. And the cups, the 5 cups together, which we see the cup of the soul, the cup of emotion, the cup of physicality, the cup of inertia, and the cup of the earth, collectively create a magnetical field and a gravitational field, and as such also has a soul. And so we have this plasma interaction, which is stemming from a default position of the matter plasma. And that default position is the feeding position. So the matter state physical position, which is a touchy-feely type thing, is the feedback position. So the matter gen state, which is plasmatic, is the feeding system. And so we try and figure out, well, you know, what part of this matter are we? And what is the common denominator of us? And how does this all work? So we seem to think that we've mastered the harvesting, except that we have problems with food security on this planet. So is it a technological problem? Or is it an understanding problem? And so if we understand that the energy of the universe comes from the default soul pack, which is an energy pack that is traveling through the universe and carries with it the spice of life. And this spice of life is composed of different aminogens because there are different composite plasma charges. And all of these plasma charges dilute together and create the indomitable spirit. And the dream energy of the spirit comes from the default position of the soul. And so our physicality is the combination, manifestation from the combination of the spirit and the soul. And so we have the 2 positions here where we have created a stacker unit, which is the 5 cups in a stacker unit, which represents our feeding system. And we have the universal cup, which is field-based exclusively. And that is also the feeding system. So we have 2 feeding systems and 1 physical destination system. And so that becomes the feedback system. So with two feeding systems and one feedback system. And that is representative of our three dimensions. And we are very good at that. Fortunately, our cells are doing this, and they've had a lot of target practice. So in summary, really the MAGRAV feeding conversion is where the energy is coming in and more energy keeps coming in through the gravitational field force of attraction. And in that process, we absorb this energy. But if we want to maintain our MAGRAV position, then we have to magnetically repel this energy and emit it out. And more has to be emitted out. And so how effective we are at this energy convergence and how susceptible we are is dependent on our skill level, our awareness and understanding how the energy is flowing magnetically and gravitationally. And so we see that it's easy to explain the sun because we can see the presence of the sun. But what happens when we don't have the sun, in the absence of the sun? So we have what we call the irradiation of the other energy fields. So we have the reflection of the sun off of the moon. We also have the earth shine, and we have the soul shine. And so we will have something to talk about, because when we look at how plants, how the vertical people operate above the ground, they absorb the energy from the sun. But at night, below the ground, they absorb the energy of the earth. And so this becomes a two-way street. And so when you look at the rainbows and you see that a double rainbow is arcing in parallel. So if you had a rainbow reflection, it would not be normal. You would have to turn the picture upside down. And so that tells you how things work. And because we can see from one side of the rainbow to the other side of the rainbow, when we have two rainbows, then that part in between, we can see right through it. And so if we can see right through it, that means we have to cross over from inside of the first rainbow to in between the two rainbows. And then if we go from in between the two rainbows to the outside of the second rainbow, we have to cross over again. And we find that because these rainbows have the color sequence opposite, where in the first one, the violet is on the inside. In the second rainbow, the violet is on the outside. So this becomes the point of inversion. And because you can see that the color is much darker in between the two rainbows, that becomes the transmission area of the peace dome. And so the peace dome cannot operate in the physicality. So it has to be elevated and transcend to another dimension. And that dimension has to be in the fourth dimension, because it cannot be part of the third dimensions, because the three dimensions are in the physicality. And if you as a human are in the point of physicality, and you at the point of death want to cross over what we call the bardo, crossing over into the other dimension, please remember to take your body with you. This is a new revelation. Well, new to me, sorry, I must qualify that, because what we're seeing now is that when we're looking at the creation of matter, and we think that's the source, but then we look at the origin of the universe, and that's the soul, and then the structure of light as being the link in between the two, or could it be backwards, or could it be upside down? And is your compass twirling? Does it know which way is up, or has it vanished? And so the default point of view is that of the soul, because the soul never dies. So it is the dynamic plasma state of the soul which interacts with the plasma state of the spirit, the soul of the body, and converges through the point of conversion and transmutes into the physical body of transportation. So in other words, for the physical body of transportation to operate, it has to stay within its field. If you want to transcend to another field, if you want to transport to another dimension, then it has to transmutate into a different field strength. And we know that because we see that we have an emotional component. And when I say that we see the emotional component, we only feel it, but we can't touch it. It's the physical component that we can touch. And the soul component is the default point of view. So our point of view is from our point of view, whereas the Earth's point of view is from the Earth's point of view. And so the Earth's point of view is from the 3 dimensions of the Earth. And that is our feedback system, because that's our environment. And our point of view is the feedback system, because that's our 3 dimensions. And so the transmission of energy to these feedback systems is coming from this in-between point. And this in-between point is feeding the 2 things that are not physical, the 2 things that are not visible. So we have a feeding of the soul of the man, and we have a feeding of the soul of the body. And as such, we have a feedback of the physical body of the man and the physical body of the earth. So whatever we're harvesting includes all of these components. And we discount that which we cannot see. And we do this at our peril because it affects the rate of transmission. And so we find that if we can change the rate of transmission by enlisting the services of the feeding soul of intention and the feedback environment that we have, we can enhance not only the physicality, but we can enhance the environment. And not only, because this becomes a manifestation predetermined by the emotion of presence. And if the motion of presence is dictated by the feedback, we are discounting that immensely because we're only getting the feedback feeding. The feedback feeding, as opposed to what? The feeding feeding. The feeding of the feeding. Because in all cases, we're getting fed and we nurture this. And so we've come to a point of dilemma because as farmers, we find that we are the hands that nurture the crop. But we know that scientifically, if the hand that nurtures the crop becomes the hand that harvests the crop will not be very happy with the farmer. That is scientifically proven. Well, the soldier also has a dilemma, because the hand of the soldier that kills the man, when does that hand become the hand that caresses his child? What's the difference? What is the difference? And this becomes a dilemma. And so with this dilemma, we find that the difference really is in the way we exchange energy. So we find that for the benefit of our shareholders, we are binding at the expense of others. We are binding energy at the expense of others. And the best way, the most effective way to do that is by double crossing and deceiving. And when we become witnesses to that, then we become accomplices. Unless we can do something. And so we have the three dimensions of killing, jealousy, and kingship. And they make the default pathway totally disappear. And so, can this change? And we are at the vanishing point of change. And suddenly what we're saying is that you are harvesting at this vanishing point of change. And if what you're harvesting is not visible, what are we doing? Because if we can't tell the difference between the hand that nurtures and the hand that harvests, then what stops us from having this conditional feedback of loose harvesting, sex trafficking, organ harvesting, or confiscation, and like an emotional harvesting? Or we can resort to this effective feeding of unconditionality, the universal plasma feeding, the soul plasma feeding, with the morality feedback. The morality feedback is the reality feedback. And that's what we're talking about. Because there's a feeding radiance of energy. There's a feedback radiance of energy. This is how the dynamic plasma works. From the gravitational point inside to the magnetical fields outside. And so when we've seen how by flattening the fields, we have this shimmering, we have this interaction between the field inside and the field outside. And we find that the energy still has to flow. It can't stop. And in order to negotiate the turn, it has to flow either inside or outside or both. And because we are navigating from a point of Magrath, then there has to be a feedback. And so this is how, as we navigate around that turn, some of the energy has to come back in. And when we say some of the energy, we don't specify which energy or how much, but it has a composite energy. In other words, different field strengths. And so not only does it come back, but it also is emitted out. And it has an interaction there. And not only, but it has a feedback that comes from a radiance from outside. And so we have the feeding from within, and we have the feeding from without. And both of those feedings feed back in. And they feed back from both sides, not just the side that is shining. And the reason for it is because, first of all, it's a Maggrav condition, the balance of the dimensions, the balance of the magnetical gravitational field forces, but also because these fields are rotating. So they are sharing the benefit of the feeding radiance from inside and from outside collectively. And it's an ongoing process. And so the sequence then comes down to understanding that the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth attracts the soul of the man. All right, so now we have the convergence of the soul of the man into a particular plasmatic position. And it is from there that the soul of the man can interact with the soul of the earth and attracts the second dimension, the soul of the body. And the soul of the body becomes an inversion of the soul of the man. And then we take the soul of the body with the soul of the earth, and we can now manifest the physicality of the body within the physicality of the earth. And so this becomes the default pathway manifestation from the soul of the man to the soul of the body to the physical body, which is basically the divergence of energy within the environment, whatever that environment may be. And so when we harvest or when we reap, and sometimes they say, well, eventually we're going to meet the Grim Reaper. And the Grim Reaper is known as the one who sows the seeds of discontent. And if we reap what we sow, and if we use a scythe, then one of the ways that we can harvest this discontent is to cut them off at the knees, or sabotage, if you will. But you see, for each and every one of us, there is a judgment day. And the Green Reaper says, well, someday you're going to meet your maker. And the maker will tell you, well, you will reap the reward. So we call this Grim Reaper, sometimes we call the angel of death. But there are many angels that are associated with death, as they say, in a positive and negative context, because we really have to understand what death means. And so man has another dilemma. We spend all this energy nurturing the body, and we do that with the same hands that eventually buries the body. Not our hands, someone else's hands. And so the question then becomes is, what is the common denominator between those who provide, those who deny, and those on welfare? And so there is a harvest dividend from all the activity. But is the wasting of the body that dividend? And who is responsible? During the course of the life, you are responsible for nurturing, for being that farmer, for being that provider. Even as a terrorist, you have to provide for your band. And even if you're on welfare, you have to have a means of providing that welfare check so that you can make sure that you can pay your cable TV and buy that case of Tufo, so that you can get drunk and so you don't have to face the reality. Because when you are awake to the reality, you have responsibility. The responsibility comes with understanding how energy is transferred. And so we have physical limitations within our science, but the universal laws transcend these limitations because they involve the ethos of the universe, which involves morality, compassion, courage. These are the essentials of creation. And we find that if we increase one side, we have to increase the other side. You can't maintain universal constancy. There's no such thing because energy is always in motion. And so, when we're talking about angels, there are angel investors, there are angel providers, and there are man-made laws. But which laws and which man? Is it the politician, or is it the farmer, or is it the welfare man? But there is a universal law, and that really affects the role of man. And so with the plasma science, we have been able to change the role of man by using the vertical enhancement and the horizontal enhancement units to provide a function, which will allow us to harvest more, be aware of the soul harvest, which is the connection between the source and the physical reality. The source, which operates in the plasma reality, and our body enhancement and material enhancement, which operates in the physical reality. And so the only way that we can transcend these is through the plasma science, because we are operating in a state of ignorance. And we say that ignorance is when you're unaware. And so that's the purpose of these teachings. But if you're aware and unwilling, that is also ignorant. Because it's not a matter that you can't cross the bridge of knowing, it's you don't want to cross the bridge of knowing. And that involves a kind of corruption. And don't worry, you can't insult the ignorant. It is time to be responsible. And one of the hindrances to being awake is that, and being aware is the onset of responsibility. And we don't want that responsibility societally, because then we have to cross the bridge of knowing. But why do so many want to cross the bridge of knowing? What is that energy that is causing us to cross this bridge? Because we can't see it. This energy is transparent. And so this is the road to transparency. So we understand that the universe is a collection of energy force fields, which we are harvesting through the plasma dilution process. And so we know this connection because we are all becoming more and more qualified in understanding the art of dreaming. And we know that we do this because the plants do it seasonally, the bears do it seasonally, and we do it in our sleep period. And so indeed, there is a transition between the earth space and the outer space. This point in between we call the inner space. The inner space is actually the plasmagen state, the point of transmutation of energy that is allowing us to go from where we are to where we could be. And, as always, it'd be nice to take our garbage with us. And so the vision enhancement unit is the first step in helping us do this, because it's difficult to enhance the soul when the spirit is hurt. And the spirit is hurt by being the pain to the witness. of the poor harvesting practices that we have. So this lends itself to a default pathway manifestation. And so we are proposing a gift to the US military for PTSD recovery via this plasma gen interaction. So now you understand better how to define a plasma. And a plasma of any kind is a kind of energy state. And yes, it's important. And if that is not important, then really nothing is important, because what we have is now an understanding of the relationship, what we call a magrev, which is the balance between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. And there is a scientific responsibility that comes with understanding the conservation of energy and the conservation of magnetic fields. But there's also a spiritual responsibility of understanding how the spirit drives the soul. And it is the plasma science which adds to this knowledge. So what is the rate of change and what can affect that? So it becomes our skill at harvesting. And so what are we really trying to harvest? Is we're trying to harvest the relationship of understanding the relationship between inner space and outer space and earth space, and how our emotional and physical context works with the soul of the body. So we have a new adventure coming into our sphere. The pressure is increasing. June the 6th is T-minus 42 days and counting. And so we are now at this point where we become this conflict between materialization and dematerialization. And it's not a war conflict. It's an understanding conflict, because we want to go beyond the vanishing point from this point of transparency and back and forth. So now we understand how manifestation is represented in the perception of the stacker and the universal reality. Two fields, when they come together, form in any other field. That is the manifestation. So there's a feeding system to that, right? So there's a plasma feeding externally, and there's a plasma feeding internally. And in both cases, it leads to manifestation. And it may be tangible or non-tangible. It may be visible or non-visible. It may be plasmatic or physical. But in all cases, there is a plasmatic reality. And maybe there's a physical reality, because this manifestation, which we say is a form artifact, is a touchy-feely form artifact. But we can feel the emotion of presence as well, and we can't touch that. So the emotions of presence is also a form artifact of what? Energy and motion. And so the Universal Council is also trying to connect this between the earth space and the outer space, and is trying to organize the compass to point in the right direction, not only the earth humans, but the universal community, because there's a feeding and a feedback, and it comes from both. This is how we know this, the difference between inner space and outer space. It's this connection, the feeding and the feedback between our universe and the universal universe. There is no direct connection. It is a contiguous connection, and it is constantly energy in motion. And this is how we can transcend the cellular division, the cellular division of creation and the cellular division of decay. And so when we transcend this understanding of the cellular division, it is not just the harvesting of protein. call it radar love, because it comes from above. Through the peace stone, this point of emotional transformation between the magnetical field forces and the gravitational field forces, and where we see now the adoption of a point of responsibility because of the awareness. And this is something that should be welcome. This should be welcome because it facilitates the transmutation of the aminogen and the carbogen into the post-amino acid state of our physicality, heaven on earth, or wherever we go. That's our responsibility. This is the greater oneness that we're trying to achieve. So not only is what we feed in terms of the radiance, but the feedback that we get from this radiance. This feedback only comes back from the common good. And the feeding goes out from the common good, because this is what we want to do. We want to get back to the normal. Normal is the default position, and the majority of us are normal. And you know that because the majority seek freedom and emancipation. And the universe is normal. And so being on Earth in a context, we see that the Earth is also seeking freedom and emancipation. So we have an existential crisis, but the default position of that existential crisis is to harvest the plasma energy of the plasma universe. So in other words, we are the farmers of the magnetical residue of the fields of attraction and repulsion, which is nothing more than the convergence and divergence of gravitational and magnetical field forces. And each one of us is an independent variable in an interdependent universe. So which allows us, and all we need to do is just to reach one, but we can reach many. And then have an emotional transformation where we only need to teach one, but we can teach many. Because the transmission of this plasma energy transcends one nation, one planet, and one universe. We are all the investors in this particular club that we call the universe. And as such, the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is delivering plasma science on Earth here. So we're calling all the Earth shareholders, both near and far. There's a world peace treaty. Sign it. This is the harvest time. Physical and emotional transformation rate depends on the source and balance of the feeding and the feedback systems. And the default position listens to the universal language of freedom. And that is why the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome everybody to the outer space age. That is not only the end of the lesson, but this is the end of the Intermediate Insight series. Thank you all for listening. I hope you enjoyed the trip.
Thank you, Alex, for this teaching on the harvest. Hopefully some people have some questions for you. I think you're finished, yes?
I am.
Okay, while we let you warm up your tea or whatever you have to do, we usually ask at this point if there's anyone here for the first time, if you'd like to share your name, where you're from, and how you found this meeting. And then we'll go back to Alex for some questions. Okay, I guess everyone has been here before. And who would like to open up something on this understanding of the harvest? I've tried to absorb things from maybe oranges and other things. And I know we've shown the orange in the cup and more. Do you think it's, and we're not really taking from the orange itself, are we? We're taking from the fields that the orange is giving out, maybe like some sort of radiance around the orange. We're not really taking from the orange. And I was thinking, well, first of all, I think that it will happen a lot easier when we're more elevated, and then the plants are more elevated as they start to be watered with the GANs and so on and so forth. But when you have a piece of meat that's dead or, has been cut up into pieces, can we still take from that? Or is the radiance maybe gone after you pick the orange? It still is able to radiate some fields outside itself. And of course, it's my lack of understanding in how to do some of these things. But it would be a much better position, I think, for our health. And we wouldn't be eating a soul. We'd just be absorbing the fields that the orange or whatever doesn't need, as I understand it.
So this is a terrific question, Mark, because several times we've talked about the somatoscope and the discoveries of Gaston Nason's, but I think we all understand the difference between a photograph and a video and the benefits of it. So, we say a picture's worth 1,000 words. Well, it still doesn't tell the whole story, and even a video doesn't always tell the whole story, but it is a much better storyteller. So this is why we do an audiovisual presentation for this class. But when we look at a somatoscope, the key difference is that the microscopes that the hospitals use take photographs of dead blood. The somatoscope takes a video of live blood. I think you can see the difference, especially in terms of interpreting what is happening. And, you need to understand that the somatoscope is legal for use in hospitals. And the information that we're conveying goes back to before even 1989. And one of the revelations that I found in 1989 was that specifically this subject that you're talking about, the growth of meat, which you say is dead meat. And so, yes, it was possible. And I think you found in one of the plasma reactor groups that was exactly what was happening, that the protein was literally growing in the MagRev unit. And so when we seen that in the plasma reactor unit, know that wasn't the first time that, Gaston Nason's has showed this to happen more than 30 years ago. So we don't actually have to grow the cow or slaughter the cow to produce the meat. The thing is that we're still missing the morality factor. So I don't want to offer an opinion on this, but the thing is, I'm sure all of us still eat food, and there is a rate of change that we have to go through. So there are repercussions if the change is too sudden. And this is why we use the vertical, horizontal, and visual enhancement units to facilitate our transition. But our understanding can change very rapidly. And so we have to become more skillful in how we use this knowledge. So fundamentally, you are correct in terms of we don't actually have to harvest the plant or the animal to gain the benefit of that, because literally what we're looking for is the energy. But what I tried to point out with a simple explanation is that the chicken actually eats the grain. So the horizontal animal eats the vertical animal. And the cow eats the grass. So the horizontal animal eats the vertical animal. We have the option, because we're both vertical and horizontal, we eat both. We eat the vertical and the horizontal. But quite literally, even when we eat the horizontal animal, that horizontal animal is eating the vertical animal. So we are actually eating the vertical beings via the horizontal being.
I agree. I think it takes 10 pounds of grain to make 1 pound of beef.
Yeah, so why, do we stop that, and can we stop that? And what's really interesting is that both are considered protein. But I think in the general population, when you say protein, you're thinking beef. You're not thinking grain. So the misconception that we have from our teachings has created that perception. So that becomes a perception of reality as opposed to the real reality. But the point I'm trying to say is that if we can bypass the eating of the horizontal people to eat the vertical people, then we can negate that one step. But if we are seeking the energy, and by the same token, if the energy from the cow comes via the energy of the plant, well, the energy of the plant comes from the sun. So we want the energy from the sun, and that comes via the earth, the vertical people, and the horizontal people. So can we bypass all of those? But the energy of the sun comes from beyond the physical sun. So can we bypass the sun as well? And so if this, then that, if this, then that, we just keep on going along that daisy chain, then the bottom line is the transfer of energy from the universal creator and back to the universal creator. And so we become the midpoint. And in terms of that midpoint, we have to have a point to be. And so that midpoint, wherever we are at, is our environment. So the interaction of the creator with our soul and the environment, which can be physical or plasmatic, is the plasmatic position point of wherever we are. And if that is the case, then we certainly can traverse the universe. Because even if we don't know how to do it, we know that we can do it. And the proof is very simple. You were born. Where did you come from? And we know that we die. So where do we go? Because we have to go somewhere. We have to go. We came from a dimension. We have to go to another dimension. And the thing is, we have created a, how shall we say it? We have expended energy in the process. So logically speaking, if we are working so diligently to maintain our existence, it really becomes a logical answer or a logical follow-up question. Why are we so cavalier in discarding the product of all of our work? So, you spend a lifetime nurturing your body, and then at the end of it, you say, well, let's just throw it in the garbage along with the chicken bones, right? And the molded bread. It's all garbage, isn't it? So it's really, in the end, is that what life is? Life is the production of garbage? Is that what we're doing? Is that the purpose of life? You've got to be kidding. I mean, do you believe that? So, we don't ask these hard questions. And the main reason is because we haven't really had any hard answers. But now we are getting some hard answers. And the question then becomes is, well, who do you believe? And what is the proof? Well, you are the knowledge seeker. You are the one who is making the cup of life, and you are a witness. And so you better believe yourself, because there's one thing that is true, and that is you. You are true to you. But are you true to yourself? Because who is yourself? And if you're only believing in your feedback system, well, what about the feeding system? What about the feeding system that's coming from the universe? What about the feeding system that's coming from your soul? And so these follow the universal laws of morality. Well, if you are operating on man-made laws of immorality, which is not only financially bankrupt, but morally bankrupt and socially bankrupt, then what exactly are you harvesting? So the fruits of your labor manifest themselves. So if you're happy with the fruits of your labor, well, carry on trucking. But, things have to change, because we are not alone. The universal community is suffering the same way. And why are they suffering? Don't they have better knowledge than we do? They have different knowledge. They have knowledge that we don't have. And we have knowledge that they don't have.
Right.
And so if we can bring the two together, we now have a different kind of farming. So I apologize to talk so long, but there's an important point that I want to make, you see, because we have a feeling that we have an overpopulation problem and that we have a food security problem. So, is that a problem because of the physical size of the environment, or is that a problem of the technological capabilities that we have? So we have already solved the technical capabilities. And I'm not talking about the plasma science. I'm already just talking about the physical science. The physical science has proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that we have the capability and no problem to feed everyone on this planet. But, there are those who deny and those who sabotage. So now we have, in addition to that, a bonus where not only we have the physical science that can feed all of us, but we also have the plasma science that can feed all of us. But this plasma science, what it does is it feeds all of us by conventional means. In other words, harvesting food, right? Harvesting food for the purposes of sustenance. But now the plasma science is also allowing us to have sustenance without the food. So now the whole physical science of being able to provide food for everyone on this planet is redundant. And this is causing another dilemma. So we have two dilemmas. The physical science does not want to recognize that we can feed everybody on this planet. And the physical science doesn't want to recognize the plasma science. You see the problem?
Well, I think we do have enough food. It's just not distributed properly.
No, not the way we're making it. We're not making enough food. And no, it isn't distributed properly. And it is not even nutritional food, right? So for instance, in Canada here, any produce, what we call produce is, vertical people, has to be treated with pesticides or chemicals, whether it's domestically grown or imported. That's the law. That's a man-made law. So, it's very important if you say, well, I want to eat healthy. So yeah, you want to eat healthy, but you physically can't eat healthy because the source of your food is the same who is trying to deny you your health. You see, so that becomes a dilemma. So local self-reliance becomes an important point. So if you can have control of the source of your food, then you can control whether or not you are getting that healthy food, and you can decide on that. But now we're seeing that we don't have to grow the food or harvest the food and expend all that energy to do that. We can now get what we need, which is the sustenance energy of our life. We can do this plasmatically. Well, that really becomes a game changer. So not only do we not have to depend on the transportation system, we don't have to depend on the farmer, and we don't have to depend on the technology. We can do it ourselves. And so this awareness all of a sudden is a shock. And if you are on the welfare system, you are not used to having responsibility. That is the greatest shock of all. Well, you mean I can feed myself? It sounds kind of stupid, but well, it is actually, because this is how we've been conditioned. And so we now have a new condition that's coming in. And the dilemma we all have is, how are we going to relate to this new condition? So it's changing the whole game. And the question, is, why is that change not a welcome change? It should really be a very welcome change, because let's face it, we would all, have dependable sources and expend less energy, in achieving that. And we would indeed have, heaven on earth. And for some reason, that's not a nice picture. So everyone has to ask themselves this question. And you take it one step further and you say, well, the whole attention that we have with respect to our existence is to feed our body, is to nurture our body. But, as a farmer, you care for the animals, and then at the end, you send them to the slaughterhouse. So you really have to be two-faced in that regard, don't you? Or you care about your plants growing, And then you bring the combine along and you just hack and bind and bale all of them together and then store them in the barn so that you can feed them to the cows, which you're going to take to the slaughterhouse anyway. So like, what's the difference? Or you're a soldier and so, you know, you pull the trigger, but you're not alone in this. So there's another soldier who also wants to pull the trigger, and, you know, who connects first? And so you as a soldier suddenly become the victim of the soldier activity. And so what you worked so hard to do, to impose your rules on someone else, they have outfoxed you and imposed their rule on you. And so you're now forced to discard your own body, which you worked so hard to preserve. And it goes even one step further, which we see with the PTSD, those soldiers who have survived these unbelievable circumstances can't survive their own soul, because their own soul is their own judge. And the judge is looking at the bank account and is saying, I didn't make enough money. And even if I made 10 times as much money, it can't eliminate my memories. And so we have other things that we harvest. So we have alcohol to drink, plants to smoke, or drugs to take. And they all basically are environment and emotion altering so that we can cope. And what are we doing? We're really just treading water, waiting for the end, when we could just discard that body that we work so hard to preserve. And so really that doesn't make sense either, does it? At what point do you say, okay, you are no longer something that I nurture, you know, I'm going to throw you in the garbage, you know? And we say, you know, when you're talking to a gold digger, you know, she says, well, he's just a soup du jour. And when I flatten his wallet, you know, then I'll look for another. And then that becomes a way of life for some. Well, what's the difference when you discard your lover into the garbage bin? You know, maybe someone else is going to discard you to the garbage bin. Or maybe you go yourself to the garbage bin. And so when we look into space, we find that there's no place to throw stuff away to. When we throw stuff away, where is that place? Is it on the dark side of the moon? Wouldn't that be a hoot? When we go to the moon and we find this massive garbage dump on the other side of the moon. Maybe that's why the moon doesn't rotate. I think I
Well,
made my point.
we're going through a process. I know that. Gail, I see your mic is open.
Oh, thank you, Mark. And Alex, I really appreciate your efforts in teaching us. It's amazing. We've come a long way. I have a question, and I don't remember exactly how far back it was, but there was mention that we can harvest the energy of the universe, but not the matter that's created from the universe. And I'm trying to understand if that means plasma, or, you know, are we supposed to harvest just the rays? I wasn't clear on that. Do you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
okay.
great question. Great question, Gail. And
Thank you.
thank you for contributing. The raise is always what we harvest. So there's always an emission. It becomes a point where we become the co-creator, but that doesn't mean there will be a corresponding absorption, because we cannot force the absorption. We can only look after from our point of view. So our point of view is our MAGRAV condition, whatever that is, and then what we are, from that we can emit. And that emission point is a ray. And the question then, if someone can absorb that ray, it also boils down to the fact, do they want to absorb that ray? So in all cases, regardless whether it's a matter or a small m matter or capital M matter, or what we refer to as matter gen, then it doesn't matter. All of that is plasma. So the word plasma is generic. It means physical matter or plasmatic matter. That is all plasma. But the energy state in the physicality is at least an order of magnitude below, say, a nanostate, and on our way through to the soul state. And so even through the diagram, we say, well, maybe the soul state is 5 orders of magnitude. Well, it's not. It's many, many more orders of magnitude in a higher field strength. So based on the plasma science, even if it was just 1 order of magnitude, that the soul would be the feeder, but the soul feeds all of them, all of the states below, because the higher does not discriminate what it feeds. The soul will emanate or emit a ray, and then the absorption will be done gravitationally by a weaker field. And we didn't say which weak field. So any weak field can absorb that. So this is where the strength of the plasma dome comes in, because if the plasma dome, being of a higher energy state, is true, and it emits peace, which is what we are wishing, then that peace will be given out as a ray to all those who are in a weaker state. The question is, will they absorb that? And so you could say that, will they harvest that? Well, they will harvest that if they want to. But there are those who don't want to. That wanting, if it's from a feedback point, which is the physicality, is at a very, very low energy state. But coming from your soul may not be welcome for whatever reason, because that person is disconnected from their soul. However, their soul will happily absorb that field of peace, because that is the universal law. So that person's soul will have absorbed this energy, but will not necessarily share that energy with the physicality, because the soul of the body has disconnected. So what we're using is the vision enhancement unit to facilitate the connection. And when that connection happens, the physicality has no choice. It has no choice, because it has to respond to the soul of the body. And so if the soul of the body has responded to the soul of the man, which will never lie to the physical body, because the soul of the man, your soul, will never lie to you. Your soul will always nurture you. Your soul will never take you to the slaughterhouse. That's the point. So the only way that you can operate is if you're disconnected. And so the business of the plasma science is in the reconnection. And it's not just necessary for us. That's the point. Because when you are in an interdependent universe, then all we have to do is connect to the nurturing needs of the universe. That's all we have to think about. We don't have to think about anything else. We don't have to think about how expensive is the tractor, or we don't have to think about, is it going to rain today, or is it going to be muddy? Can I harvest this, or it's winter or whatever. We don't have to think about. The universe provides what you need on demand, as much as you need. But there is no universal battery where you can store that energy, because that energy is always in motion. So if you want that energy, then you have to tap in. And to tap in, you have to release from where you are. And so wherever you are, that's where you are. It sounds stupid, but that is where you are, and you are where you are, and I am where I am. And so my point of view is my point of view, and your point of view is your point of view. But the source of that viewpoint comes from the creator. And so the feedback to the creator comes from the soul of the man. And you have one and I have one. And the position that we have is determined by the environment. And whether that environment manifests itself in physicality is determined by the soul of that environment. And so if it happens to be the interaction of the soul of the sun and the soul of the earth, and will that manifest itself into the physical earth? And then will our soul of the man interact with the soul of the earth and physically manifest onto this earth? That's one possibility. But then there's the soul of Mars. And will we want to interact with the soul of Mars? And so we could manifest ourselves physically there, but it is of a different field strength. And so what is the field strength that is giving us the sustenance? It is not the interaction of the field of the soul of the earth, and it is not the interaction of the soul of Mars. It is the interaction with the soul of the creator, because the creator is giving us the universal energy. It is bountiful all over the place, and it is benevolent. It is unconditional. So all we have to do is just reach out and tap into it. And if we could understand that, so that not that we have access to the energy, we always have access to the energy. It's not to discount that energy by disconnecting from it. So we disconnect the energy from the soul of the man, and we enlist the services of the physicality of our environment, which causes us to kill. But now we're at a point that as we become more knowledgeable, we find that, okay, if we elevate our understanding to the point where we don't kill, but you know that the vertical people have methods of defense, and the horizontal people still have, their own methods of defense, and they have demands on their systems. So the rules for us are not just the rules for us, but all of creation. And this, personally, is a huge revelation. And I'm very grateful for that revelation, because what I've known already is that I have a responsibility to the welfare of this planet. But I don't have the capability to do anything about it. But if the range of that capability comes down to the point of making a cup of life, that excuse is now gone everywhere. And through each of us individually, we have now this capability to create the dome of peace. We have to understand what the dome of peace means. And so the dome of peace becomes the manifestation of that which we wish to harvest. And that which we wish to harvest is that which we wish to emit, that energy system that we have to emit, because before we absorb, we have to emit. That's a sequence. And so we really have to be responsible in that regard. So, you know, we all have different skill levels. And however, we are all creatures of the universe. And now we know that we're not alone. And this is, as far as I'm concerned, it's truly a wonderful revelation, because we now all realize that heaven on earth is a realistic possibility. And it's something that we should all strive for, because what exactly is more important than that? How are we doing, Gail?
I'm very happy to hear what you're saying. Thanks. Absolutely happy.
We like happy, happy, happy.
If we could all be happy, this whole place would be in heaven.
Would anyone else like to come in? Please feel free.
I like to, oh, go ahead.
Could you come closer? Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can, Selena. Thank you.
Yeah. So I have some crazy thought. It's different kinds of thoughts. I want to tell everybody about that. What about this? If the frequency change suddenly and we beat differently, maybe we'll be satisfied and then hunger will be gone. It could be the possibility.
Again, Selena, if I may.
Yeah.
What I've been trying to do is to make it perfectly clear the difference between the physical and the plasmatic. And so automatically, by definition, as soon as you say frequency, you're talking about the physical reality. So the beat frequency of the heart is not so much from the feedback of the physicality, but from the feedback of the emotional state. So the heart is involved in the emotional transition between the soul and the physicality, you see. So
yeah.
So the feeding,
yeah.
the feeding comes from the soul level, not from the frequency of the physicality.
It's like a state of mind.
Well,
I mean that. Yeah, the frequency, I mean that the state of mind. So the whole structure is changed the other way.
Yeah, but the state of mind is dependent on the feeding system and the feedback system. There's a relationship. So the feeding system is the magnetical and the feedback is the gravitational. right?
Yeah.
So the state of mind is dependent on what is the primary feeding system. Is the feeding coming from the feedback side, or is the feeding coming from the feeding side? And that's not double talk. It's just we have the feeding system cannot operate without the feedback system. Because let's say, so you're hungry and you come to the restaurant and you say to the waiter, oh, I'm hungry. Okay, well, I will feed you. And the next thing you know, he puts 100 dishes on your table of 100 different types of food. And you say, well, wait a second, I said I was really hungry, but not that hungry. Well, what's the waiter going to say to you? But sir, how big is large? How big is very hungry? Someone who is very hungry, they would maybe normally eat one egg, so being very hungry, they might eat 2 eggs. But someone who eats 4 eggs and they're very hungry, they may eat 8 eggs. So, you better get some feedback here because, well, the guy's very hungry. How many eggs does he want? Well, I don't know, so that's why we assign a number to that. But when we deal with the plasma energy gives you exactly what you need. It doesn't count the individual frequencies, the 1 and the 2 and the 3 and the 4. These are all digital. So we don't operate digitally. We operate analog. In other words, we know when the music's too loud, right? We know when we're bored. We know when we're angry. And we know when we've eaten too much. And then if we've really eaten too much and we become, how shall we say it, greedy, and then we get indigestion, we get an upset stomach, right? Because we've eaten too much. And so, we eat everything that we see, but we don't listen to our body, which says, hey, I'm giving you the feedback, ready to explode. Well, all I have to do is loosen my belt. Well, that is not the only thing that we have to take into account. So this feedback is continually important. And so this is how you know that, if your hand touches the stove and the stove is hot, you remove your hand, right? So, Ed, your video is on. So the stove gives you the feedback via your hand, right? So this is how you know. But what caused you to put your hand to the stove in the first place? So that was your feeding system. So to determine whether you will continue to leave your hand there, that is your feeding system, but it has to take into account the feedback. So that's just a small example of everything that we're doing constantly. So now when you understand that you have over 70 trillion cells in your body, and each and every one of them is being fed by your soul, and your soul is getting the feedback from each and every one. So you think about it, there's 70 trillion feedings and 70 trillion feedbacks. So now you understand how each cell transacts a communication. So the communication being a feedback plus a feeding. That's 2 communications. So each cell processes 250,000 communications per second. So that's 250,000 times 70 trillion. And you sitting there doing nothing, and you say, well, I don't know how come I'm so tired. Well, because you're constantly processing. And so you need to constantly process. And it's a good thing that you get 80% of the energy from the universe and from the conventional system that we've acclimatized ourselves to, we get 20%. Because if you had to get all your energy from the harvesting, you wouldn't be able to sit here without a feed bag around your mouth. You'd have to, that would have to be a mandatory fashion accessory. So, you need a dress, you need shoes, a hat, and oh, by the way, you need a feed bag as well, because you have to feed yourself constantly. So fortunately, that's not the case. And now we're becoming aware to the other possibilities. So the whole question then becomes is, well, how do we adjust to this? So state of mind, as you said, is a very, very important component. And that state of mind then becomes armed with the knowledge of food security within your hands, within your capability. And so now, what do we give our time and attention to? So we need to work at this. And every week, we keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Why is that? Because we're attracting a certain kind of field strength, and that field strength is edifying. In other words, it's creating, it's growing. Okay, and the feedback that we give to it is suggesting, hey, you're on the right track, keep it coming. So, I personally have noticed more peace and contentment in my life. I have noticed better things physically in my life. I have noticed more, how shall I say it, more beneficial things and less detrimental things happening in my life. And if I can associate those conditions with my state of mind and seeing that I am the creator, so those good conditions I have created, and those bad conditions, well, I have created them as well. So I am responsible. Well, I don't want this responsibility. I don't. You know what I want to do? I want to do absolutely nothing, and lots of it. But that's not the way the universe works. So all I need to do is change the attitude and understand it's better to work with Mother Nature than to fight her. You can harvest way more. Over to you, Selena.
Yeah, I understood that. Thank you. But there is something else. I cook when I cook for my family, like when I cook rich food, like we use lots of spices and rose water, those kinds of good smell stuff, and kara, a lot of scented oil. So when I cook, I can eat. When I cook a lot, then I feel I'm full already. I can eat that much. I try to, but I can. So I saw some diet long time ago. There is the diet, people smell something before eating and they eat less. And same similarity is happen when I cook. So our smell is something doing inside to reduce hunger.
Well,
That is
certainly.
something.
Have you ever been in a mall where they are making cookies?
Yeah.
Baking cookies, and they put a big fan behind the stove, making sure that the aroma from the cookies is passing through the building. Right?
Yeah.
The hamburger joint next door to me does the same thing. They make sure they blow the exhaust from the grill out as far as they can. The whole area smells of the local restaurant. Okay, so it says, oh, I feel like I'd like a hamburger, so, and oh, look at that, there's a hamburger place right there. How convenient. So, that affects the emotion. And so then the emotion affects everything else. Another thing, of course, we all know this basic rule is never go shopping on an empty stomach at the grocery store. And you will find that you will save money.
That's true.
But you brought up another point which I would like to proceed on. Do you mind?
No, not at all.
Well, so you are a great cook, and now you find out that you don't need to cook. Does that mean you will stop cooking tomorrow? And the answer better be no, because there are consequences. The thing is that there is a adaptation that we have to go through. And so if I may be blunt, so we talked a lot about the waste situation. So, a lot of the problems that we have with our health is, well, in our society, it's eat focused, right? Eat healthy, you will be healthy. But, literally, if you can go to the washroom every day, and especially women, they can't do that every day. And that is a fact. But the fact doesn't come from the fact that they're a woman. It comes from the fact that most of the seniors are over medicated, and it is a fact that most of the medication is enteric, and in that process, it means it bypasses the stomach. And so it doesn't get dissolved until it gets into the upper intestines. But in that process, it causes a stool hardening. And so it is difficult to go to the washroom with a hard stool. And so this causes constipation. And so this is not just something that I made up. There are drugs that promote the softening of the stool to overcome the hardening of the stool of other drugs. And so you now understand why so many seniors especially have difficulties, because they are consuming a cocktail of drugs, some drugs for the system and some drugs to overcome the side effects, and then of course some drugs to facilitate going to the washroom. But the bottom line is, we'll all understand the peace and contentment we have when we can go to the washroom easily. And if you have a dog and you take that dog out for a walk, try and look at the countenance of the dog. And I know that you have to look through all the hair and everything, but can you see the relief on the face of the dog when the dog has an ability to do its business? So it's not pretty to talk about, but if we can eat, that brings us happiness. But it's not as happy as it is being able to go to the washroom on a regular basis. And so what we find is that if we are not eating regular, we can't go to the washroom regular. And so we have to regulate the rate of change. So this is what I'm saying. We have become physically dependent on a method of eating and a method of elimination. And so that also has to change. And this is going to take time. And there's no better time to start than now. And I have noticed this myself. So I tried to stop eating, and it caused me a lot of problems. So I changed the way I was eating and understood that the vertical people are protein, the horizontal people are protein, and in the production of protein, we create water. We know that with the cup of life, we create amino acid, we create water. So the breakdown is the one plasma field breaks down into two. And so when we build up the amino acid, 3 amino acids make a chain, 4 amino acids fold over and begin to create a cell. And that folding over is created from an energy system that is feeding to the amino acid, is it not? Because how does the protein know to fold over to become protein? Who is feeding that? And so we're back to that original question that Mark asked, if there is a dead meat, can that meat procreate? And so the answer is yes, it can. And so if it has a magnetical field and a gravitational field, which creates a balance of a maggrav positioning, does it have a soul? And so if we find that each and every cell has a soul, then even the dead meat has the soul. And if that communication of the dead meat stays within the meat, then it is possible to have that grow. But if that meat decides to be decayed, where we're saying the aerobic bacteria, which sustains the meat, suddenly becomes anaerobic. And in that process, it consumes the meat. So that physicality will disappear. And so this is what happens in the decay of the body. The anaerobic bacteria takes over. So the question then becomes is, how can we maintain our physicality, our physical body, when we run into some kind of tragedy? And so that knowledge is now being opened to us that indeed we can. Well, if that is the case, your future as a gourmet cook is going to stop very
It's
soon.
going to be finished pretty soon. Yeah.
You're going to be fired.
It'll look like misbehavior.
Yeah.
A couple people have asked in the chat if anyone knows if we reached the goal or the contribution Mr. Keshe asked for. I didn't hear anything. I thought he said they'd report it by the end of the day, but I didn't hear. My thought is, of course, we did, but maybe someone has different information they can share.
I didn't either.
Of course, Alex, this whole feeding is a process. I know he mentioned the GAN's water to elevate the plants will actually elevate the soul of the man. So I think we'll be eating for a little while longer. And then, of course, maybe with the plants being elevated by taking the GAN's water, they'll be more likely to give off fields to absorb, or stronger fields perhaps that are easy to absorb as we learn these techniques. Remember, he said you could walk through a supermarket today and you could absorb everything you wanted to in that supermarket. It's just our lack of knowledge on how to do that.
Yeah, so Well, what I'm saying is that the transition from 100% feeding in the physicality to 0% feeding in the physicality has to be done gradually.
Right. He said we wouldn't even recognize perhaps a man in the future of what we see now. And this may be over a century or amount of time, but things will
Oh,
definitely
there's
change.
no prescribed, there is no prescribed time.
Correct.
Each of us is, you know, on our own path. It's just that, you know, we are coming through a couple of crossroads here. One is that, you know, in order for us to transcend these various dimensions, we have to be able to transcend from the physicality to the soul level. But, you know, then we have the other question, would we come back? And then if we don't want to come back, would we go somewhere else? And then if we go somewhere else, would we manifest into the physicality there? And so with all these questions, we don't have all the answers in these, you know, basic classes. We're just starting to get some insight into this whole thing to understand not only our capability, but our purpose. And so for me, what I've been doing in my life is if I didn't have the answer, what I wanted to know is what are the options, and then examine these options and reject them. And what was so frustrating is when I came to the end and rejected every single option. So that was no fun. I can tell you that was no fun. So, you know, when the doctor gave me 6 months to live, and he says, well, you know, here are your three options. You know, it's like door number one, you know, your option is operation, and door number two is radiation, and door number three is, well, death. And so, well, thank you for all those options. I'd like to see option 4. Oh, no, there is no option 4. Well, we now have more options. I'll tell you what, that gives me tremendous peace of mind.
It is all about programming your brain. Do you remember a few weeks ago, I was looking for the Mr. Keshe madly?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to tell right now the story about that. Like a month ago, my daughter was coming from the medical school. She's in another state. So in the nighttime, 8 o'clock almost, she was in the freeway, and then her tire blew up. So she's okay, everything okay, but the car is problem. So she was at that time in the rural area. So there is no motel, no car shop, and that was Sunday, so no fixing. So I was so worried about that. And then her father, when he heard that, and he right away went there. Like it took a few hours to go there. He went there. So after that, they found a motel, and then they stayed there. And then next day they came home. They fixed the car and then came home. So that night, I was trying to sleep. I was trying to sleep, but I didn't half of the night. But in the morning time, little bit sleep. That time I dreamt. I dreamt about, it's like that. I am in the I'm in the place where I know everybody is the like village people, they know each other, like those kinds of place. I live there. And then my cousin lived with me. She is little and she lost. And I know she lost, but if I look for the area, I will find her. But there is a worry about her. She lost. So at the morning when I woke up, and then I think about that dream, and I found the similarity, my daughter's situation and the dream. I know her tire is blow up. She is in the highway, and then I know her father went there and they got the motel and they are okay right now. So she's okay. So that feeling and the dream feeling, my cousin is lost, but I know she is in the area. If I look for her, and I will find her. The similarity. So these kinds of happen all the time. If you are already, I think so everybody got those kinds of dream if you are already, and similar dream is coming that time. So after that, my husband, a lot of time he worked in the nighttime, so I stayed home alone. So most of time I do like I watch TV but without sound, and and I go to sometime YouTube, and sometime in the phone, or read book, or write something I'm doing. And that after doing that, the light is on, I go to bed. Like 1 hour later, after sleeping 1 hour, I woke up, and then I turn off the light, and then again go to bed. There is two things happen. So after that night, the dream night, so I am repeating my thinking. I don't know you are understanding or not. When I first when he go to the work and stayed alone home, so 1 hour I sleep with light on, and then second time when I turn off the light, that time in my brain I see something like a sliding movie or sliding picture is come from the brain, inside of my brain, and it touches my eyelid, inside my eyelid, like each moment like 3 4 sometimes 6 7 together is coming, the sliding picture, and it touch my eyelid and it's vanish. It's like average, like each moment is five picture. So until my sleeping, it's happened like thousand times. Second time when I go to bed, it's happened like 7,000 times. So I think about that. What about, or what is coming from my brain to eyelid? It is my memory. It is my programming. Maybe not for only this life, maybe others' life programming. You know, each sliding there is a memory. So thousand memories touching my lid. So I was so worried about that. What is going on? I want to know that. That's why I was looking for the Mr. Cash. But right now, I think I little bit understood about that. It was my memory, and it is my programming. And I'm seeing the, what is that say? I forgot the word.
Intuition?
No, like which place we are, everybody together this time. There is a movie name that. It's okay. I'll find later.
If I may add, Selena, so
Yeah.
you do understand that the communication method in the physicality is different from the communication method with the soul.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So for you to expect, say, a verbal communication or even a pictorial communication is actually not fair, because in both those cases you're talking about physical state, and you want to converse, want to have a conversation with a plasmatic state. So the means of communication are different, and also at a different rate. So what you had within your dream was a, shall we say, a translator, which kind of converted the information from the soul state to your physicality, and the feedback from your physicality to your soul state. So in a way that you could interpret what it was. And this is why it becomes so important for you to interpret your own dreams. And I think you did a masterful job here, because without seeing the actual situation, the thing that they were looking for was a solution. So you understand that a solution is not a physical thing. It's a non-tangible, and it's non-visible. It's like an idea. If I give you an idea, you can't put it in a bag and go down the road with it. You carry it in your mind, in your memory, as you say. So, but if I give you an idea and you say, oh, you know what, that gives me an idea. Well, I gave you an idea. No, you gave me another idea. And I said, no, I gave you this idea. So this idea created another idea. And so what you have is a plasmatic manifestation of an idea that creates a second plasmatic manifestation of an idea that merged with your interpretation. You see what I'm trying to say? So there is a connection. And in order for you to determine specifically, to verify and validate what that means, it's impossible. It's like knowledge, so we have so many different people at the seminar, and each one interprets what we say differently, and each one will take this away and do something with it. Some will do nothing with it. Some will dwell on it. Some will have to wait for the soul to work it out and convey that meaning to that individual on the individual's terms of reference. Because when I'm conveying an idea, I'm conveying from my point of reference, my reference field. And your reference field is going to take something else into account. That is why your interpretation of that idea is going to say, I have another idea. Because I cannot take into account that what you are taking into account. That is why the absorption of that energy is specific to you. I can't dictate that. I can only share that. Then you take it how you want to take it. So this is why the knowledge seekers all take different field strengths, different schemes, sizes of schemes, different flavors of schemes. And so someone can look at it and say, oh, that's bad news. And then someone can say, oh my God, I never even thought of that. Isn't that great? That is welcome news. And so how can that news have two different reactions? It's just like going outside and saying, oh, you know, it's raining today. Oh, what a lousy day. And then the farmer says, oh, it's raining today. Hallelujah. What a great day. And so, well, you know, it's the same day, isn't it? So the interpretation, how you take this emotionally, is individual. And this is what gives us the spice of life. And so is the spice of life also sprinkled with the spice of living and dying and abusing and stealing and deceitfulness? Well, those are part of it, but a very small part of it. As we open up to the rest of the universe and we look at the scale, and then when we say, hey, you know, our little tiny perfect universe is around this little tiny perfect world in this corner, and the rest of the universe is this vast unknown. And I think that's the real excitement. That's the real excitement. And then you say, well, who am I? What am I? You know, where am I? Yeah, well, you know, wherever you are, there you are. And whoever you are, that's you. And so now you understand how you can go from here to there. And even if you don't know that, at least you become aware that you can. And so we have to do whatever we can to teach ourselves again. But conditions have changed. With the arrival of Mitra, this deficiency, if you will, has been supplemented. Now, as we become aware to it, we can see that we have different capabilities. And we have strength in numbers. And that's the beauty. We have strength in numbers, and it's not something that, you know, we wish to overwhelm, because if we have strength in numbers, that means we have field strength. And if the higher strength feeds to the lower strength and elevates the lower strength, if the lower strength energy doesn't want to elevate to the higher strength, that's not our choice. That's their choice. Our choice is to bring peace on earth and create heaven on earth. And we can only do that with the plasma science, because the plasma science obeys the universal laws, not the man-made laws. It doesn't matter which man. The only man-made laws that may work are those laws that obey the universal law. So discard that and follow the moral path, and let that be your guide. Thanks, Selena. Beautiful story.
Yeah, I
Yes.
find the word matrix.
Oh, the matrix.
So the matrix is 3 dimensions. And the matrix doesn't have to be physical. You can have the 3 dimensions in the plasma world too. And I mentioned that today already. So it's beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's what we're sharing, isn't it? Magnetic fields. I think Mr. Keshe said that in this knowledge, when we share, it's just magnetic fields that we're sharing, gravitational, magnetical. You can't hold it really in your hand. You can't put it in a bag. It's just interaction of fields.
Yes.
I love this picture. You know, this is an amazing picture. And you say, well, where is this picture? I'll tell you what you can say. It's not in Canada.
Does anyone else have something they'd like to bring up or discuss or question Alex about, perhaps? Would anybody like to add to the knowledge today? Okay, well, it is past 11 in Europe and so on. There is one clip I'd like to share at the end from Jefferson, which we've all experienced and with the family and so forth. And then we'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. I was thinking Mr. Keshe may join us today, but he's probably busy still totaling up the donations and the loans, perhaps both.
And so I just want to thank all the audience for allowing me to present today. I'm really hopeful that you've enjoyed this journey. Next week's journey is uncharted as we speak. I'm hopeful to get into an advanced insight series. And at this point in time, I can tell you I have no idea where I'm going. So follow me if you wish. Anyway, thank you all. And I hope you enjoy a beautiful Sunday afternoon.
Thank you very much, Alex, and thank all the knowledge seekers for being here. And of course, Mr. Keshe is getting ready for something special, I sense. And it's all for us to be enlightened and elevated, and of course, pass that on to the others and share it as we understand it. Okay, I think I'll play this final clip and we'll get a little bit more understanding of why the Keshe Foundation is not on television. And as he said to Jefferson, he said, your family would believe it if it was on television. And I think a lot more people would as well. But we're coming to that point, and we do have the TV and there's a lot of videos being produced. I guess that's going a little bit better now. There's more communication and there was some sticking points there. But I think some of that has gotten worked out, and we'll probably start to see some live streaming shows come one after the other from the different language communities around the planet. And then we'll be able to translate those into our own languages, hopefully. Anyone else with anything else before we go to this final segment here? Okay. I'm going to put this on. And again, this was a question from Jefferson. And I think it relates to all of us, and it gives us a much deeper understanding of the, let me just back this up here. Hopefully we'll start it at the right spot. It'll give us more of an understanding of why and how this knowledge has been systematically blocked. We talk about conspiracies or people planning to do things. Well, there's been a huge plan to keep this knowledge from the people. I think it's gone on for probably 20 years or even longer. I know NASA was aware of Mr. Keshe in the late 80s, and he was blocked there as well. But now it's all starting to open up, and it's all good. And I think we'll start to see if this project that he's been referring to, collecting some donations and what have you, comes to fruition. We'll probably start to see a certain channel open up, and then that will just lead into more and more things, and it will catapult. But everything had to be in place before that is going to happen. And I think we're getting there. And again, hopefully we're not going to have to back away. We're going to go forward with it, but I don't know the timing exactly of the universe, but I'm just here to support is what I can. So thank you all for attending today and sharing knowledge, and hopefully you've absorbed more knowledge to share and serve the others with. And thank you again, Alex, for your consistency and your beautiful teaching.
Did you take the screen, Mark?
You do not even understand what I have given. You cannot comprehend what gift has been given to us. The children of Mitra will never kill. Consume. And part of the teaching of today was that, if you understand. If you have ever seen fragments and pieces of the physicality of the creation and the creator, then that will be the same for the children of Mitra. We have already started this process. And partially, your knowledge seekers have already started without you knowing. And this will take time. And part of development of this technology, for what we are doing now, even collecting and raising the fund, is to create and bring that condition. The process of creating the children of Mitra to reach that point that they can live in both dimensions, but have to accommodate gradually to become in a position of universal community, not to kill and not to consume, will take over the whole of the operation of the mankind's life on this planet. And with it will bring many changes. We will not harvest wheat to eat. We harvest wheat to enjoy the color of the flowers when it's time for it. Children of the man will not be what we see today and what we see today. We enjoy the beauty of them and not the, what we call, by taking. Years ago, I used to make sure in April, May, I fly as many times as I could over the beautiful country of Holland. Around this time is when all the tulips come up. And the, what we call, Dutch farmers make a beautiful scenery of these variety, a sea of colors of tulips, and you can walk in it. You don't take it. They grow it for its onion or sale further on and the rest of it. But the beauty it creates will be the next generation for mankind. And we will enjoy the beauty without consuming, without destroying. We remember the beauty of the walking through the fields of the tulips of Holland in our memory without actually creating to destroy to have that. We don't need to taste the lamb, to kill the lamb. And I used to do this a lot. And it was a pleasure. It's one of the most beautiful things which happens. It touches your soul, it touches your emotion, especially when you fly low level and you enjoy the variety of the color, the beauty of the creation. And this is the process which many of us will come to understand, will come to, we have no choice but to come to live with. And in that process, we will come to understand a lot of things, a lot of what I call understanding of beauties of the creation without destroying the beauties. Maybe we can add to the elevation, to the beauty of the, what I call the flowers. Maybe with addition of our soul to it, we will create a new color without actually genetically modifying the energy of love, care, adoring, and the beauty we want to give. And this is part of the new cycle format. And this is a part of the cycle for totality of conversion of energies to what I call acceptance of the what we call totality. We need to understand field transformation, not matter state interactions. Any other question?
I was supposed to start it here, but actually he almost summed up Alex's entire teaching there. So maybe it was meant to be. Let's continue on. Here's Jefferson's question.
Okay, thank you. We have another question from Jefferson. Says, since I started studying plasma science and trying to take this knowledge to my family members, they started to see me as crazy. They started pulling away from me and leaving me isolated. My kids these days get annoyed when I talk about plasma and GANs, and one of them hasn't talked to me since last year because I tried to convince him not to inoculate himself, but he wouldn't listen. I'm afraid these substances have affected their brains. What can I do to make their souls understand that I try to pass this knowledge on to them because I love them so much and I just want to protect them? Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. I wish the Creator to lift your soul higher and higher.
The process is your children are in that process, your family are in that process, because it's not on television, because it's not on the internet the way it should be. And part of this process that we are doing today in raising funds is to bring a massive international awareness about the technology. In a short time, they'll come to you to worship you, to adore you for what you understood they didn't, because it's in the news. The process we started is not just for factories, it's not just for building things. Huge part of what we do will be international awareness of the technology and that process. Because you have to understand, they go Keshe Foundation, and somewhere down the line, they come across the Peter File Nation report of Belgium. Oh, we can't be there. When it's in the news, when it changes, when it brings what it's supposed to, it's there. I was talking to Armand last night over dinner, and he said, Mehran, we have to change the perception. We have to put something out to bring the change. Then people believe us. Then we see the changes. And you don't put something substantial out to do this. You have to do this, because then people understand. Part of this will go that way. Because we need to create international awareness about the technology. And then in that time, you become a student, they know more than you because they studied more, they find more. And then they say, you won't be outsider, you won't be outcast. because Belgium's made sure we don't go into Fox. If you can get yourself into Fox, you're foxed in. And Belgium's paid huge amount of money. Kingdom of Belgium has spent millions, tens of millions, to block paid bribery to the management of this organization that Keshe Foundation never comes into light since 2012. Since the meeting with Peter Falke. We suffered for it, but they allowed us to become stronger. In a few months' time, you will see that Papa, Uncle, you are worshipped, you understood before us, because it's in the news and your fashion. You were earlier in fashion than they were. And then they can see the two things with it. In a couple of years, you don't know. You don't know anything because the new modern plasma technology is something else. Don't worry about it. I've been there, even with my own children. Just be there, just do what is right and everything the correct way. Welcome. We are there. It's part of what we are doing today. Is this international awareness of the Keshe Foundation in space technology. Don't worry about it. You know it in your soul. You know what you do is right. What you have done is right. You'll become the fashion of the day very soon. Any other question?
Thank you, Jefferson. I think we all needed to hear that in so many ways. And thank everyone who's attended today, shared, whether you opened your mic or not. Thank you for your presence. I'll play the final disclaimer and then the meeting will end.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.